and welcome to MindsFest, everybody. Give yourself a round of applause for coming out to support free speech, freedom of information, and free beer, Bud Light. I'm kidding. Not the beer. There's no free beer. But thank you to our waitstaff tonight. Give them a round of applause. My name is Carrie Smith. I'm the host of the Deprogram podcast, and I was probably asked to host tonight because I live in the great state of Texas, which is not too far from Austin. If you're visiting from out of town, I really encourage you to visit Real Texas before you go because it's a lot of fun. It's a little bit different. There's no poop on the sidewalks, just so you know. But Austin is a great place to have something like this because Austin is known for bringing different groups of people together. Willie Nelson is largely credited with bringing the hippies and the cowboys together here in Austin in the 70s. And we're here tonight bringing together the alt-right and the regular right. I'm just kidding. I know there's no regular right here. In all seriousness, I'm a person who is not easily put into a liberal or a conservative box. And I'm sure that there are a lot of you like that here tonight. And unfortunately, in the culture that we live in, it's become very common to call all of us right-wing, even if we're liberal, if we support freedom of speech, if we support coming together to have these kind of conversations, and if we support talking to people who disagree with us. I would like to ask any liberals who happen to be watching, when did we abandon freedom of speech? When did speech become violence? When did silence become violence? And when did talking with people with whom we disagree become forbidden? That's what makes MindsFest so important, so unique, because we're bringing together different kinds of people who sometimes disagree with one another to have conversations in person, which is so controversial, I know. But don't worry, our most controversial speaker dropped out after some accused her of being the Milli Vanilli of sex traffic victims. Girl, you know it's true. No? Ooh, 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 Eliza Blue. Okay, I'm not a comedian. Is it too soon? It's Milli Vanilli. It was 34 years ago. Come on. You've had time to laugh at it. Okay. It's just a joke. I'm not a professional. Okay, we're going to have fun tonight. We have a lot of things to celebrate. This is the very first live stream Minds event. Woohoo! It's also the very first Minds event where we're not just doing conversations, we're also doing music and comedy, and I hope you guys stick around for that afterwards. I wanted to do a quick thank you to our sponsors. First of all, Bass Records. Give it up for Bass Records. Bass Records is a pro-freedom music company based in Nashville, Texas. You're going to get to hear from the founder tonight on the first panel. Give it up for Public Square. Public Square is a website that supports freedom-loving businesses. You're going to get to hear from that founder tonight as well. And then also Light CT Solutions, a medical equipment and repair company, which I think is the coolest. That they were like, we're going to sponsor this. Okay, without further ado, that's enough of that. Let's get started with our first panel. Our first panel is called Changing Minds, which is really important to me because if you know anything about me, maybe you don't, but I've changed my mind on a lot of things in the past few years, and I imagine some of you have as well. So tonight, we're going to have two moderators. First of all, we have Mr. Bill Ottman. Bill Ottman is an American entrepreneur and freedom of information activist, best known as the CEO and co-founder of Minds. He's the reason we're all here tonight. A big round of applause for Bill. Okay, and then on the left, in the left corner, I'm kidding. As you come up, actually, I was told to let all the speakers know, just file in order. So coming up next is Stephen Bonnell. You may know him as Destiny. He is a very popular YouTuber and political commentator, and he's definitely someone that's hard to put in a box. I've been at a couple of events with this guy, and I never quite know what his position is going to be, which is super fascinating. So give it up for Destiny. Our first panelist is Chris Williamson. He is a YouTuber and the host of the very popular Modern Wisdom podcast. Come on up, Chris. And then our next guest is Matthew Azraeli, the original publisher, CEO, and founder of The Post Millennial. He's also the founder of Base Records, which is one of our sponsors here tonight. Please welcome Matthew. This next gentleman I got to meet for the first time in person yesterday. He's very kind, very gracious with his time. He is an American philosopher and author and a founding faculty member at the University of Austin and the executive director of the National Progress Alliance. Please welcome Peter Boghossian. And then our final panelist, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with. He's an international recording artist, a published author, actor, and leader of the Daryl Davis Band. He's perhaps best known as being the man who has single-handedly pulled about 200 people out of the KKK just by befriending them. Please welcome Daryl Davis.
All right, here we go. So we have these things where you can react, panelists, if you want to, or you can just write stuff down. But if you want to make like a meme or something, you can. And you can just do weird stuff. So yeah, I thought we would start with Daryl and just understand what's something that he has changed his mind on recently, or not recently.
The question is, what have I changed my mind on recently?
That's right.
Well, I changed my mind from deciding to make a further career of music and going into studying and practicing race reconciliation. So now I just pick and choose the gigs that I want to do musically. But this thing has become a full-time thing because I love this country. I love everybody in this country. I've been in 62 countries around the world. I have performed in all 50 states. I've been exposed to a lot of cultures. I know we can work it out. And it bothers me a great deal when I go somewhere and I see groups of different people getting along fine, and we don't have this in our own country. So I want to do something about it. So that's what I've changed my mind. Thank you.
Let's go down the line.
Well, I've changed my mind about so much, it's hard to know what to focus on. But one of the things I've changed my mind on is the role that kindness should play in your engagements. And so I used to be, actually somewhat like Destiny, I used to be rather merciless for the truth when I had a conversation with people. But now I'll forward being kind to them. And often, for me, kindness means speaking bluntly to people and speaking honestly to people. There's a difference between being kind and being nice. You can be nice to someone by just lying to them about something. But to be kind to somebody, it takes, you also have to watch your tone, and you have to think about why you're engaged in the conversation in the first place. So in the last few years, I've changed my mind and raised my confidence in that if kindness is forwarded as one of the main motivations for conversation, it's kind of like a lodestar that will prevent the interaction from going poorly. It's also a way to safeguard yourself from engaging with someone and having impure motivations.
Nice. If everyone can just speak deep into the mic, too.
Hi. This is sufficient? Thank you. I think I've decided to not earnestly engage in a political project. I think that's my personal transformation. I don't believe that a political process ought to be instrumental in changing culture, nor do I believe that the two are necessarily even correlated. So that's all.
I think I've actually changed my mind about people that change their mind. So I always thought for a long time that people who flip-flopped between different opinions, it was a sign of not being certain. And since being on the show and spending a lot of time speaking to different people, all of the thinkers, all of the creators, all of the speakers that I respect the most are the people who change their mind quite regularly. Now, this isn't them having, how would you say, loose opinions. It's just them being prepared to update their position when they find new evidence. And all of the creators that I respect the least are the ones who never admit that they're wrong, who never change their mind, and who never update their programming.
I think the biggest thing I've changed my mind on in the past year has to do with platforming, I guess what we consider dangerous ideas or conspiracy theories. I think that for a long time, there was this idea that if you just banned everybody that had an idea that you didn't like, eventually those ideas would go away. But the more I kind of think about how our democracy works and the idea that every person gets the same vote for our leaders, the more I kind of realize I think we probably should be having challenging conversations. And the idea that we can't trust people to wade through challenging conversations about COVID-19, about lockdowns, about whatever other idea there might be out there that some people maybe don't want people to talk about, I think it kind of betrays the entire idea of our democracy. So I think these types of conversations should be front and center on every mainstream platform on the internet.
Yeah, I think when there's sub issues, all the whatever climate change or, conspiracy theories, or I don't have opinions about those things really. That's always fluctuating back and forth, depending on the information that I have today. But for the core principles, that's the foundational stuff that doesn't really change, and I don't think it's probably a good idea to be willing to change that foundational principle of like free speech, dialogue, and whatnot. But I'm curious your guys' take on being willing to change your mind about that. Anybody? I mean, this doesn't have to be like.
When I get a lot of people that talk about like platforming dangerous ideas and freedom of speech, the one thing that I wish people would recognize, this is a big fault that the right has, is freedom of speech is not free. It's like firearms, right? Like firearms are cool. I enjoy shooting. But by having more of them in the United States, people are going to die to firearms. That's an unavoidable reality, having firearms in this country. But we have to acknowledge that for some freedoms that we have, for some freedoms that we value, there's going to be a necessary trade-off or a cost to have that freedom. So when we talk about like freedom of speech, the proliferation of certain ideas on the internet are probably going to cause harm. There are going to be some people that go and shoot up a school, bomb a building, get vaccinated, don't get vaccinated, whatever. And we have to at least acknowledge that any conversation about like freedom of speech or these types of freedoms has to start with a recognition that there's going to be pros and cons on any side of that argument that you occupy. There is no side where everything is just purely good with no downside whatsoever.
I would actually like, so as the designated right-wing representative on the panel, I would actually like to perhaps dispute this assertion from the perspective of one Nick Fuentes, right? Somebody who you've spoken with, I think, on multiple occasions. And of course, I'm not necessarily shaming you for that, but Fuentes is not nominally, he's not representative of mainstream ideas on the right. And largely, platforming Fuentes casts the right in this absurd light that is fundamentally divorced from reality. Fuentes, his positions are not mainstream by any means.
I mean, didn't a lot of people say the same about Trump in 2016? Like, I feel like a lot of the media coverage of Trump was, this guy's a joke, he can't make it, everybody derided him in the media. There's no chance it was whether it was making fun of McCain, whether it was another tape that got leaked, whether it was him saying that women that get abortions should go to jail. I think everybody thought that like that guy couldn't make it, but there were a lot of people out there that had those opinions that we completely missed because we decided that he didn't represent anything in this country. So I guess when I have conversations with people like even Fuentes, I acknowledge that he occupies a pretty niche position right now on the political spectrum. There's definitely no doubt about that.
Extremely.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that I think every extremist, and when I say extremist, I just mean like kind of niche political ideology. I think it kind of like stems from similar foundations where you've got a group of people in the country, they feel like they're unheard, and Fuentes speaks to those people the same way that Andrew Tate might speak to somebody, the same way that Donald Trump might speak to somebody, the same way that Bernie Sanders might have spoken to
But
somebody.
here's the issue. I would actually disagree with conflating a guy like Trump and a guy like Fuentes, because Fuentes espouses Catholic integralist nationalism, which is a niche of a niche of a niche. It's also entirely culturally dependent, right? You know, you're talking about perhaps Ireland, Portugal, Spain, maybe Quebec. You know, these are all lapsed Catholic countries. This is not a serious idea, even if you have guys like Adrian Vermeule at Harvard who espouse integralism and who Fuentes, by the way, never cites. It's just not the same thing as somebody saying, hey, maybe we should reform our immigration policy. The two are fundamentally very, very different.
Is it your view then that there are some people so beyond the pale that they should never be spoken to?
You could talk to anybody you want. I really don't care. But the point is, when you talk to somebody, and this is where the conversation of platforming comes up, what you have to be mindful is, you know, nobody likes normie Republicans. Nobody likes them. They're boring. Their ideas are shallow. They're pedantic. They're overly spiritualizing and moralizing, and it's terrible. And yet, despite this, they are the mainstream Republican caucus of this country. Now, it's not good streaming content to talk to these folks, and I'll give you that. However, unfortunately, you're going to have to pull up to a Target, speak to a random 50-year-old woman who's 100 pounds overweight, and you're going to have to get her opinion on something. And that's going to be far more representative of American popular opinion than Nick Fuentes could ever hope to be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily doubt that. That's probably true. But I just spent like a year on my stream going over trans issues, and I'm kind of burnt out on that. It seems like that's all Republicans want to talk about right now on the national level. Honestly, on the online kind of platforms that I inhabit, I noticed that it feels like the kind of like the center-right people. I'll say like Daily Wire-esque. That those people are pretty insulated. They don't really like talk to many people. Like on any panel that I go on where I'm talking to, admittedly smaller kind of like conservative people online, all of these people consider themselves like, if not a little bit, like significantly to the right of people like Ben Shapiro, to the right of people like the Daily Wire. So I don't know where like all the center-right conservative people online are outside of the Daily Wire. It feels like they don't exist. It's just like these little collections of like very extremist people.
Let me tell you who the most right-wing guy in America is, Destiny. Right now. No, it's not you, random voice from the audience. It's some guy with a boat. Some guy somewhere in America. He lives maybe in Utah. Maybe he lives in Texas. Maybe he lives in New York State near the Finger Lakes. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen, some guy with a boat is the most right-wing person in America, and it doesn't even come close. The uninformed, apolitical individual is more right-wing than any politically involved person could ever hope to be.
Okay, so me and Destiny both make our money by speaking to people on the internet. Is it our job to give a representative spread of all different views? It's our show, it's my show, it's his show. He can speak to the people that he chooses to. If Fuentes is one of them, if he decides to tumble down a trans rabbit hole for a year, or if he decides to play StarCraft obsessively for 3 months without talking to anyone about everything, that's also his choice. I just wonder where, you know, coming from a content creator perspective, what obligation do you think that we have to speak to people that we don't want to speak to?
As content creators, your first obligation is to make money. That's your first obligation, okay? I don't know. Anyway, no, but it's true. That is your first obligation. However, if we want to be fair about it, yeah, talk to Fuentes. Again, I don't care. But you also have to talk to some guy with a boat. You have to find whatever that political
Why?
equivalent is. Why do
Why?
you have to talk to them? If you want to be representative.
But why do you want to be representative?
If you want to actually have a mainstream Republican political position that is
You
represented
just-
on your
so
platform,
correct me
if you want
cor-
that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that the primary motive of the content creators to make money. I disagree with that. I think content creators should, if they don't want to make money, they don't, whatever the content creators want to do, they should do independent of money. But if it's money, then why would you need to speak to people who are representative if that won't make you as much money?
Oh, I'm saying the point is to make money. But if you want to be, morally, in my opinion.
I'm just
the-
curious, is that your point? Is your point to make money, Chris? Is your point to make money, Stephen? Is that why you do what you do?
I mean, not really. I mean, there's other things I could do to make more money. I don't necessarily even disagree that it would be cool to talk to Republicans that represent more of like the spread of like where most Republicans are at. It's pretty. I think even said on my stream, like it's kind of exhausting talking to only like Christian nationalists and communists when it's like 95% of America is not here. But gee, am I allowed to cuss up here? Yeah, fuck. Online content is
Streaming
like
on your channel.
It's overwhelmed with extremists, so it is very tiring. I mean, I make an effort to reach out to the Matt Walshes, the Michael Knowles, or whoever I can try to tweet at and bully on Twitter until they jump on and talk. But like I said, I feel like a lot of the people in these kind of realms, even like people like Crowder, are pretty insulated. They don't want to to be fair for a lot of them. Like there's not much point in having an open conversation or debate, right? Like they either win, in which case who cares, or they lose and they look bad. So it's hard to get these guys to come out of their box to have a conversation. I imagine it's probably true for center-left people too. I just don't engage with them as much because I'm kind of center-left.
So just real quickly on that note, so what we do is we go out and have, with Spectrum Street Epistemology, we set lines of tape up all over the world, and we have conversations with people. Anybody can come. They're free, they're open to public, and they're on sidewalks. So, but that's just what I do. I don't know why one would think that that's what other people have to do.
I think, again, if your aim supposedly is to foster some kind of an inclusive or democratic dialogue, then you should. Now, that might not be the aim of a content creator. And again, I actually believe that it's a job, guys. Come on, and obviously you are making money doing it. However, you're right. I don't want to belittle the integrity of anybody on this stage. But the thing I am trying to say is if you do want to actually have a broader scope, a more representative scope, then yeah, you need to talk to boring people.
But do you actually care who Destiny talks to, or are you just bitter that Fuentes is being considered more mainstream?
But he isn't really being considered more mainstream.
You just said that.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I think the idea is that like if I'm I don't have to steal in your position because I think I largely agree with you. If the conservatives that I talk to on my stream every single day are like Christian nationalists, alt-righters, race realists, like the impression that my audience is going to get is like, oh, I guess the average conservative is like a neo-Nazi, right? Which is not really fair. That's not really true for the average conservative. But again, it's just really hard to find moderate people really anywhere on the internet. Like moderate stuff just doesn't sell. Nobody likes it. It's not like exciting to do. Like I go on panels and I describe myself literally as an establishment shill, almost tongue in cheek, because like every single person at like all of these events is like the most like anti-establishment person you can get, whether they're on the left or the right. So yeah, I mean I try to find it, but it's really hard to bring them out of their bubbles. They all kind of inhabit their little safe spaces. Yeah.
I suppose my perspective is I made a living selling content to moderate conservatives, and there are plenty of them. But they just don't have any content that's aimed for them. If you create it, they'll come.
So no one's talked to more extremists and racists than Daryl sitting up here. So I'm curious, Daryl, how do you see sort of actual racism and extremism versus more kind of normal conservatism? Like, do you see that being blurred more recently?
Well, I mean, I've been doing this for now 41 years, and thank you. But my specialty is talking to people who hate me, whether they're black people, whether they're white people, whether they're anybody else. And I have my share of detractors. I've been called every name but my own for what I do. And on an event over here with Bill Altman a few years ago, I got called a white supremacist. No, you laugh, but ask him. It's true. Because I sat in a room with Trump supporters. So I was called a white supremacist by another group of people. But, I enjoy talking to people who disagree with me, not to convert them or to force them into some other a reality other than their own, but to plant seeds and allow them to come to their own conclusion after talking to somebody like me who they've never had the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation with. One's perception is one's reality. Whether their reality is real or not, it's their reality. And you are not going to change someone's reality just by telling them it's wrong. Okay? If you want somebody's reality to alter or to change, what you have to do is offer them a better perception. And if they resonate with the perception or perceptions that you have offered, their reality will change because that perception becomes their reality. We often make the mistake of going after somebody's reality instead of offering them a better perception. So I specialize in talking to extremists, whether they are black supremacists, whether they are white supremacists, or whatnot. And we have these conversations. Some people realize they've gone down the wrong path and they change, others don't. There will be people on all sides who will go to their grave being extremists. There's no changing them. But if somebody is willing to sit down and have a conversation, then there is an opportunity to plant a seed, to plant a new idea. That's something that they don't hear within their own echo chamber. And then what happens is these people go home and they think about, the conversation they had. Just like tonight, when you all go home, you're going to think about what you heard tonight from all of us, not just people here, but the people that come on after us. All right, you're going to reflect on it. And then some of these people will say, what that guy Daryl said, it made sense. Oh, but he's black. But what he said was true. Oh, but he's black. So they're having a cognitive dissonance. They realize what I said may make a lot of sense, but they don't want to believe it because it came from somebody that they believe is the enemy. And so nobody likes dilemma in their life. So it comes to a point where they have to make up their mind. Do I want to disregard his skin color and believe what I now know to be true and alter my ideology? Or do I want to consider his skin color and continue living a lie? That's their dilemma. I don't tell them to go in either direction. I let them come to that conclusion. And that, for me, seems to work a lot better, which has gotten me tons of robes and hoods and swastika flags, and you name it, I have it. Thank you.
Is there anyone who is proudly and openly racist here? Just curious.
Well, let me ask a question. I hear all this, the word, it seems to be a buzzword these days, nationalist. But there's always a prefix to it. Well, he's a white nationalist, he's a black nationalist, he's a Christian nationalist, he's, a whatever nationalist. A nationalist, to me, is somebody who likes their nation. So why do we have to prefix it and qualify it by saying a white nationalist? To me, that, let me tell you my perception, okay? Back in the day, the racism thing was called white supremacy. I'm a white supremacist. I believe, we are the superior people. Everybody else is inferior. That's what makes me supreme. And people who believe that joined white supremacy movements. And the more people you had, the more violence was perpetrated. The violence got so bad that the U.S. Congress passed what were known as the Ku Klux Klan Acts of 1871 to drive the Klan underground. Those same acts of 1871, part of them is what became the act that we use from 1993 when we prosecute police for brutality, all right? So it drove the Klan underground. People began dropping out of these white supremacy movements because they were tied with murders and lynchings and dragging people behind vehicles, etc. So while some people may not have liked Jews or may not have liked blacks, they didn't want to associate themselves with these atrocities of bombing churches and dragging people and hanging people by the neck. So they dropped out. And in order to gain more membership, they rebranded. And the rebrand was called white separatist. I don't hate black people or Jews. I just love my own kind. Blacks should have their own schools, their own swimming pools, their own restaurants. We should be able to have ours. Okay? So that's called separatism. So I'm a white separatist, all right? I like that idea. More people joined these movements, and it grew. With the growth, again, came more violence. So now white supremacists, white separatists became unpalatable. So now you have to rebrand again in order to lure people in. Do you like your country? Yeah, I like my country. I love my country. I'm a patriot. What color are you? I'm white. So, well, you're a nationalist if you like your country, and because you're a white nationalist. That term is also equated in many circles with white supremacy. Why can't you just say, I'm a nationalist, I love my country? Why do you have to qualify it by the color of your skin or your religion? Pardon me? Division, exactly. So why would you want division in a country that we call ourselves united?
If I could field that question, I think it's because, and again, maybe I've been talking too much and there are other people who are more interesting here, but I think that's because America is fundamentally a revolutionary project. So, you know, for lack of a better term, it's a fundamentally left-wing project. At least that's my belief as the founders envisioned it, right? So the idea of nationalism being not appended as something negative has a very, very problematic position in the minds of many Americans because of its associations across the 20th century with right-wing movements and far-right movements. And I think that America, in many ways, is actually allergic to conservatism or to the right, and that's why you have, unfortunately, nationalism, which is not necessarily even right-wing, by the way. But yeah, that's right. And so it's just, but it's become associated with the right in a way that is unpalatable to most Americans.
I feel like the problem with the whole nationalist idea is that there's two big kind of parts of it that I think give people pause, and I think rightfully so. One is that when people start calling themselves nationalists, oftentimes they get very obsessed with defining what it means to be an American. So in a lot of conversations I have, if somebody calls themselves like an American nationalist, sometimes the next part of the conversation is going to be how true Americans are those that come from white European stock or something. So even if they don't call themselves a white nationalist, there's like this kind of like ethnic undertone to a lot of the stuff they talk about, which isn't necessarily everybody, but there is like that aspect to it, such that when I hear somebody call themselves like a nationalist or even a Christian nationalist or whatever, I kind of wonder if there's like an ethnic undertone. There doesn't have to be. The second thing that I think is more broadly applied is I hate it when people call themselves like part of a movement where like if you're not that thing, you kind of feel like an asshole. Like imagine if you made like the, the pro-school movement, right? It's like, well, what am I? Am I anti-school? Or you made yourself like the pro like feed hungry children movement. It's like, well, fuck me. Am I like, do I want children to starve or whatever? I think one of the problems when you have like people that consider themselves like nationalists or part of a nationalist movement is that everybody that's outside of their group necessarily isn't. I remember growing up a lot for this. I was very much in the neocon era. I loved George W. Bush, supported the Iraq War. My parents are super strong Republicans. They still are. And I remember that so many conversations revolved around whether or not you supported the troops. And supporting the troops became a proxy for the entire Republican agenda. And if you disagreed with any of it, if you disagreed with Iraq, if you disagreed with Afghanistan, it wasn't that you disagreed with foreign policies, you hated the country. You weren't patriotic. You hated America. And I think that's kind of a frustrating thing in dealing with a group of people that call themselves a nationalist, because it feels like to take a contrary position, almost by definition, I guess I must hate the country, which I think is a frustrating thing, like rhetorically, to navigate around.
Talking of rhetoric, one of the things I was interested in was what you said at the start, Peter, which was around the usefulness of kindness. And we discussed earlier on about some of the challenges of content creation online. The sorts of content that captures most people's attention, that can sometimes be used to be representative, even though it's not. It's just the one that is the most limbically hijacking, which makes it seem like it's the most representative because it gets the most clicks and plays. All of those often trigger a response in people, which is the precise opposite of changing your mind, right? So the soft signal of effectiveness, to me, suggests that if you care about changing somebody else's mind, you will dial back the aggression of your argument to allow it to land. Everybody knows what it feels like to have some sacred cow that they care about be trodden on in front of them, and they go, okay, fuck you. You want to go? Fine. Well, okay, that's the end of the discussion. So what I'm seeing on the internet at the moment are hopefully the beginnings, the burblings of an underground movement of people who want to have conversations, who aren't going out swinging, trying to make the other side look as stupid as possible. I hope that we're in the death throes of that happening. There's always going to be a place for it because it's always going to create attention online. However, I'm hoping that the more that people can realize, if I care, and you said it earlier on, if you care about actually having this sort of an impact, it's about taking people one step at a time, gently through the arguments, allowing them to arrive at the position that they're at themselves. No one has ever been ridiculed or patronized into changing their mind, as far as I can see.
Right, and we know from the literature, the peer-reviewed literature, that people change their mind from a position of psychological safety. And we also know from Daryl's experience that has been borne out over and over again. So we know how to do that. We know that it's listening at the core. We know that it's seeing you as a human, as a musician. You often relate on that level to people. And so the problem is that there really is something, and I've noticed this in our videos too, if people are freaking out and giving in the Sieg Heil, those videos take off. And the unfortunate thing is what you want to do is you want to model civil conversations, because right now we're not having that. And it's literally killing us. It's amazing to me, I'm 56. It was mind-blowing to hear people talk about a national divorce. I know if you're younger and you've been in kind of, that word has been in the milieu, that's fucking insane. Like, you're talking about splitting up the country? So there is an urgency to this, and there's an urgency to get back to those basics of how do we talk to each other, specifically across divides, across people who hate you just for who you are. And I don't think that content creators, maybe we disagree, I don't think the purpose of content creation is to make money or even ameliorate some kind of a social, something wrong in society. But it would certainly be good if those conversations were more oriented toward that. The problem is that people don't like those conversations. They like the fireworks. They like the screaming. So I think we have to look in the mirror and do work on ourselves for what is going to make a society better, because we're ultimately responsible for the kind of society we create in a democracy.
I used to think this. I used to think that extremist content sold really well, and stuff that was kind of more moderate was boring, and nobody would watch it. I'm pretty sure I've said stuff like this. You can find a lot of my videos where I say almost exactly that nobody wants to watch a moderate position. But I think what happens is I think that people that inhabit the extremes, they spend a lot of time working on their rhetoric. They're usually really funny. Like watching it, like, I don't like Alex Jones or a lot of what he stands for, but he does a really good show, okay? And that's true of almost every extremist content creator. They do really funny work. I think that you can get people to watch more moderate conversations, but it can't come from a place of kind of condescension, enlightened, patronizing, kind of conversational tones. It can still be fun and exciting, and you can get a little bit rowdy, but there has to be some sort of mutual respect. And like you said, there has to be a safe landing pad for people to kind of explore ideas. I just think that people that are trying to do the moderate conversation thing, I think they need to work a little bit harder on that idea in and of itself. Well, look, it's moderate. I'm having both sides come and have conversations. You should be watching me. That's not enough. It's got to be entertaining too. And I think that people need to work harder at that aspect. I hope that's the case.
If it's fucking boring, no one's going to watch in any case. Doesn't matter how moderate it is,
No, that's true. But there's boring extremists too. They just don't make it very far, right?
So here's one thing. So people often ask me, well, what is something I can do? What can I do? Here's one thing you can do. Every time I ask someone a question and they say, I don't know, I say, that's a great answer. That's a fantastic answer. Because if every time someone did that, instead of making someone feel stupid, they said, oh, that's a really good answer. If all of us did that, we would stop making a culture of people who pretend to know things they don't know. And that is part of our problem.
I'll give you two quick examples of perception and reality. One will be hypothetical, one will be real. So let's say, for example, you have a 7 or 8-year-old brother who goes with his buddies to a magic show. And he comes home and he tells you, you're not going to believe this. This magician on stage, he asked for a female volunteer. 50 women raised their hands. He scanned the audience. He picked out one, brought her up on stage. And he had her climb into this long box and stick her feet out the hole at this end and stick her head out the hole at this end. And then he closed the lid and he took a chainsaw and went right down the middle of the box and right down through the bottom. He cut her in half. And then he asked her to wiggle her feet out that hole. And she wiggled her feet after she was cut in half. and you say to him, listen, it didn't really happen like that. Yes, it did. I was there. You weren't even there. Okay? You have attacked his reality. He knows what he saw. How dare you tell me that I didn't see something when you weren't even there? You want to tell me what I didn't see? You have attacked his reality. He is going to push back and fight you. All right? And then to make it even more real to you, he tells you that after the man cut the woman in half and she wiggled her feet, he separated the two halves of the box. Took the half with the feet, moved it over here to stage right, took the half with the head and moved it over there to stage left, and then he walked over there and talked to the lady's head, and she talked back to him, right? And then he brought the two halves back together. He did some abracadabra incantation above the box, and then he opened the lid, and she climbed out, you know, full form, no blood, nothing. He cut her in half and put her back together. And you say, listen, it's an illusion. No, it wasn't. I'm telling you. It happened. I saw it with my own eyes. Again, you have attacked his reality. And he's going to fight you. There's no way you're going to change anybody's reality. What you do is you offer him a better perception. You say, listen, I hear what you're saying, but do you think that maybe, just maybe, it's possible that perhaps, you know, you said 50 women raised their hand and he picked out one and brought her up on stage. Do you think maybe it's possible that perhaps she knows the trick? She works for him. She travels all over the country with him and sits in that same theater seat in every theater she goes to so he can spot her immediately, bring her up on stage. And then when she gets in that box and puts her feet out that hole, there's actually a pair of mannequin legs laying on the floor of the box. She picks up those poles and shoves them out the hole and brings her own knees up under her chest. So her whole body is on that half of the box.
You ruined it for me.
Hold on, I know, but I know. So then the saw never even touches her. And so of course she can shake those poles and wiggle those feet. But then when the magician separates the half of the box with the feet over there, those feet can no longer move. And he brings the head over here. He doesn't want you looking at those feet because he can't control them now, right? So your eyes are going to follow him. He goes over here and talks to her head. Of course she's going to talk back. Her whole body is in that half of the box. So then he brings the two halves back together. She pulls those mannequin legs out, leaves them on the floor of the box, and she climbs out, full form, no blood, no nothing. And then your 8-year-old, 7-year-old brother says, you know, that might be the only way that can work. You have offered him a better perception and allowed it to resonate with him, and then he has changed his own reality. That's how we affect reality, by offering better perceptions rather than attacking somebody's reality.
I want to just throw something in. I don't know if you heard what he did, but did you see he did two things in the beginning of that? The first thing he did was he asked a question. The second thing he did was he said, is it possible? Here's an explanation. Is this explanation possible? So you put someone in a situation where is he supposed to say no to that? Like, no, it's not possible? So right then and there, you created a window of doubt. Questions, and the Socratic questions are the best, in my opinion, and then, is this possible? You're not telling anybody anything, although at the end we did, but questions and then asking.
The real life example, a guy that I know very well or knew very well, he had the largest Klan group, KKK group in this country. And if he had lived for about another year, he would have been out of the Klan. He and I were becoming very close, and I could see him changing his mind. But he was murdered. And I knew him very well. I knew the murderer very well. I knew his whole family. And I went to his funeral and participated in his funeral, playing gospel hymns on the piano and, you know, for the service and all that kind of stuff. And his parents, his mother and father, and his 3 sisters were there. He was the only male. And these are all adult children. I'd never met his family before. They had nothing to do with the Klan. They did not believe in that ideology whatsoever. They didn't understand why their son and brother was involved in this kind of stuff. But they knew about me, and they were very happy that he was becoming good friends with me. I got to meet them, and the father began calling me, like, you know, once, twice a week. And just to talk with somebody who knew his son and wasn't involved in the Klan. And he was really feeling the loss of his son. One day I was sitting in my living room and he called. He told me he had a gun in his hand and he was going to go and kill the murderer. And he was crying and he was very emotional, very angry. And I knew I had to reach him somehow to not let him do this. I said, look, man, Frank is gone. He's not coming back, all right? If you go, if I told him that, you go and kill the murderer, yeah, that's going to give you some satisfaction because he felt that the murderer took his only son, the murderer needs to be eliminated. I get it. I might feel the same way if somebody took, my kid. I don't have any kids, but if I did, all right, I get it. But if I went to him logically, because he was acting very emotional, so you got to reach him on an emotional level, not on a logical level at this point. If I told him, look, if you go and kill this person, you're already an old man. You're going to go to prison and you're going to die in prison because you're going to get 40 years, and you're not going to live another 40 years anyway. So why do you want to do that? If I did that, he wouldn't care. His answer would be, this person needs to die. Took my son. End of story. So I had to reach him on an emotional level. I said, listen, Frank is gone. He's not coming back. You have 3 beautiful daughters. You've lost your son. Do you want to lose your daughters as well? Okay? They live in Missouri. I live in Maryland. So I'm out there in Missouri, but I was home when he called me. And I said, listen, they're going to lock you up. And they're not going to put you in prison in Missouri. They're going to put you in San Quentin out in California or Rikers Island in New York to make it difficult for your family to come visit you. That's also part of your punishment. They don't just put you in prison right next door so you see your family every day. No. I said, you're going to lose your 3 daughters. Is that what, you've lost a son. Now, do you want to lose your 3 daughters? That is what stopped him from going and killing this person. And like Peter said, I asked a question and let him answer. I could say, man, don't go do that, man, because you're going to get in trouble, you're going to get caught. He didn't care at that point. How do you deal with somebody who doesn't care if they die, if they go to jail? But his son, his family meant that much to him. Had he forgotten about these 3 girls that also could mean something to him? He's going to lose 3 more after he lost his son. He came to the conclusion, I need to change my direction.
Daryl, something you told me backstage before is that you were good. Was it me? I don't know. Was that you were good friends with Chuck Berry?
Chuck Berry was my friend, my mentor, my hero, my boss. I played for Chuck Berry for 32 years. Anybody who loves rock and roll music, I don't care if it's Elvis Presley, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Jimi Hendrix, Led Zeppelin, Metallica, Elton John, anybody who plays rock, all of their DNA goes back to Chuck Berry.
Yeah. And something very interesting, to me at least, is that you've dedicated so much of your life and your career now to changing people's minds, altering their perspectives, and that's really the power of music, isn't it?
It is indeed. I mean, for example, let's say, tonight's Saturday night, right? So I don't have a gig. I'm here with you guys. So let's just say I'm off. I'm not playing, and I play full time. So I make a living. So I have a Saturday night off. Maybe I want to be entertained rather than be the entertainer. So there's a bar down the street from my house, a club, or whatever. Either they have a DJ or a live band. I feel like dancing, so I'm gonna go down to the club and look, want to dance. So I go there. There's a good song playing. The dance floor is full. I'm looking around, see if I see an unattached female that I can dance with, and I see this lady right here. What's your name? Lindsay. So I don't know Lindsay, but I see Lindsay sitting at the bar by herself. She's not with that guy, and and she's sitting there doing this in time to whatever song is playing, right? So obviously she likes the song. I'm going to go over there and ask her if she wants to dance because I like the song too. So I don't know her. I go over there and I say, excuse me, would you care to dance? She's going to say, yeah. And she pops off her bar stool. We go out onto the dance floor, and she and I are dancing together. If it's a slow song, we're like this, slowly turning around on the floor. If it's a fast song, we're apart, shaking, whatever else, right? At the end of the song, I escort her back to her bar stool. I thank her for the dance. I say, by the way, my name is Daryl. She says, I'm Lindsay. And I say, so Lindsay, what do you do? And she tells me she's vice president of Microsoft marketing on the East Coast. Whoa. She's making $500,000 a year. And she says to me, what do you do? And I tell her, I'm a busboy at Applebee's. What am I making? $9,000 a year, right? Where would two people that far apart come this close? Music. And one thing I learned, that's right, music is a universal language. I met the first Klansman that I had a positive experience with. I was playing in a country band. Country had made a resurgence. In fact, it was a movie that was filmed right here in Texas called Urban Cowboy, right, with John Travolta and the Mechanical Bull and all the line dances and stuff. So country had never gone away. I like country music, but it was no longer mainstream top 40. But when that movie came out, it was so popular, all the bars and clubs changed their music format to country. And the blues and country music are one and the same. It's the same three chords, all right? It's society that divides us, all right? So I joined this country band. I can play country music as well as anybody else. So I joined this country band, and we were playing in a club in a town called Frederick, Maryland, which is about an hour and 20 minutes north of Washington, D.C. And and this club called the Silver Dollar Lounge had the reputation of being an all-white lounge. Black people were not welcome. There were no signs, like you saw back in the day of colored restroom, all that kind of stuff. Nothing like that. But it had that reputation. You knew if you were black, you were not welcome there. And when you go somewhere where you're not welcome and alcohol is being served, it's not always a good combination, right? So here I am in the Silver Dollar Lounge. I'm the only black guy in the band, only black guy in the club, and the band had played there before. So we finished the first set, and I'm following the band over to the band table, and I feel somebody from behind come up and put their arm across my shoulder. Now, I don't know anybody in this joint, right? So I'm looking around to see who's touching me, and it was this white gentleman, considerably older than me, maybe 15, 18 years older, and a big smile on his face. He says, "Man, I sure love your all's music." And I said, "Thank you." I shook his hand, and he pointed at the bandstand and said, "I've seen this here band before, but I ain't never seen you before. Where'd you come from?" And I explained to him, "Well, I just joined the band a couple months ago, but yes, you have seen them. They told me they played here before." He says, "Man, I sure like your piano playing. This is the first time I ever heard a black man play piano like Jerry Lee Lewis." And I was not offended, but I was rather surprised, given this guy's age, being older than me, that he did not know the black origin of Jerry Lee Lewis's piano style. And I proceeded to tell him, well, Jerry Lee got it from the same place I did, from black blues and boogie-woogie piano players. That's where rock and roll, rockabilly evolved. Oh, no, Jerry Lee invented that. I ain't never seen no black man play like that except for you. So I'm thinking, okay, well, the dude never saw Fats Domino or Little Richard, same boogie style, right? And I said, "Look, man, I know Jerry Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee's a good friend of mine. He's told me himself where he learned how to play." The guy didn't believe that either. But he was so fascinated with me, he wanted me to come back to his table and let him buy me a drink. I don't drink alcohol, but I agreed to go back and have a cranberry juice. He paid the waitress. He took his glass, and he clinked my glass and cheered me. And then he says, "This is the first time I ever sat down and had a drink with a black man." Now I'm really mystified. Like, how can this be? Because at that point in my life, I'd sat down literally with thousands of white people or anybody else and had a meal, a beverage, a conversation. This guy, a decade and a half at least older than me, had never sat down with a black guy, and I know for a fact that there are black people in Frederick, Maryland. I've seen them. So, how did he miss them all, right? And so I wasn't trying to be facetious. I said, "Why?" He looked down at the table, didn't say anything. I said, "Why?" And his buddy said, "Tell him." I said, "Tell me." He looked back at me just as plain as day, and he said, "I'm a member of the Ku Klux Klan." I burst out laughing at the guy because now I didn't believe him, right? And so I know a whole lot about the Klan. And I know they don't just come up and embrace a black guy and want to hang out and buy him a drink and, praise their musical talent. So I figured the guy's, jerking me around, probably because he thought I was jerking him around about Jerry Lee Lewis. He went inside his pocket, pulled out his wallet, flipped through it, and handed me his Klan membership card. I instantly recognized the red circle with the white cross and red blood drop in the center. Whoa, this thing is for real. It wasn't funny anymore. So I gave it back to him, stopped laughing. But we talked about the Klan and many other things. He was very friendly, and he gave me his phone number. He gave me his phone number and wanted me to call him anytime I was to return to this bar with this band, because he wanted to bring his friends, right? He wanted to bring his friends to see, as he put it, the black guy who plays piano like Jerry Lee. I'm not sure he called me a black guy to his friends, but That's how he explained it to me, right? And so I would call him every 6 weeks. Say, I call him on a Wednesday or Thursday, say, hey man, we're down at the Silver Dollar this week, and come on out. He'd come out Friday and Saturday with Klansmen and Klanswomen, not in robes and hoods, but in regular street clothes. And they would gather around the stage and watch me play with the band, and then they'd get out on the dance floor and dance. And on my break, I would make my way over to the table, say hello, thank him for coming. I'd meet some of these people. Some of them did not want to meet me. A couple of them would get up and see me coming. They'd move to the other side of the room. So the message was, we don't want to shake your hand. We don't want to talk to you. We just want to look at you. And that's fine. The other ones, they were interested, and we would converse. And it was through this exposure, through this conversation, that I got an entry into this world, and which prompted me later on to write the book. I wrote the first book by a black author on the Ku Klux Klan from the perspective of face-to-face interviews, because music brought us together. And I can tell you something right now, because I've had to do this before. Had I gone into that bar, not as a musician, just as some guy just going there to listen to music and dance, I would have had to fight my way out of there. But it was the music that brought us together. And that is the power of music. And thank you for the dance.
Yeah. Daryl, you're a fucking warrior. All right, so we have a few people, creators on Minds who want a contest who are going to come up. So Lucy, you out there? Welcome her. All right, so we asked everyone to bring a topic, and yeah, Lucy, what's up?
So first of all, thank you for this discussion. I joined Minds a month ago, and 2 weeks ago, I was elected by the community to join this panel, so I'm honored to be here. Thank you. And the topic I want to discuss is freedom. I moved to America about 2 months ago from the UK. And I realized that everyone in America was fighting for freedom, right? It was people on the left who were fighting for free people, free community, freedom of choice. It was people on the right who were fighting for free speech, freedom of religion. And then I realized, so what's the issue? Why is America so polarized, right? Why can't we just get along? And then I realized, well, it's because we have different perceptions of freedom, right? The left and the right don't agree what freedom means. And then I connected this to a philosopher called Isaiah Berlin, who broke down the definition of freedom into a positive concept and negative concept, right? So the positive freedom is freedom to fulfill your potential, right? So what the Democrats are saying is you have freedom to education and healthcare. You have freedom to resources that will allow you to become who you want to become. What the Republicans are saying is we want freedom from interference by the government, right? So we want free speech, freedom of religion, freedom to protest. And so my question to the panel is, what is your definition of freedom? Do you believe that negative freedom is more important than positive freedom? Do you believe that the Bill of Rights are the most important freedoms that we should have? Do you believe that there's other freedoms that people should be granted?
Well, I can't answer for everybody, but I can answer for myself. A lot of that started back during the Civil War. And if you go to a northern state high school, you are taught that the Civil War was fought over slavery. And that is true. If you go to a southern high school, you are taught, no. The Civil War was fought over states' rights. Yes, that is true too. The state's right to own a slave. Okay? So, there are two different perspectives. And oftentimes, the right and the left may share some commonality in the freedoms that they want. But the state's rights is what started that negative and positive freedom thing. So it's perspective.
Yeah, well said.
Oh, yeah. So this is a very easy question to cheat on. So you could say, well, you need both, or they're both related to each other. But now I'm going to pressure the rest of the panel. But I think, is your question choose one, which is more important? So choose one. So let's not try to cheat the question. So I think that negative freedom is more important. And the reason that I think it's more important, well, one of the reasons that I think that negative freedom over time will lead to positive freedom, but I don't see positive freedom leading to negative freedom. So if I were to choose one, and I only had one to choose, I would say negative freedom.
So negative freedom, I think historically was called liberty, right? The liberty, the ability to do something, right? And I'm from Canada, and in Canada we had, we've had quite a few years of COVID lockdowns. We've had quite a few years of a lack of liberty, and it's to the extent now. This is from the government's own statistics. We have this thing, MAID, medical assistance in dying. So you have the freedom to go to a panel of doctors, and then they can kill you. What a freedom! What a free country! Now, in 2021 alone, over 10,000 Canadians were killed by MAID. And we have a population in about 1/10 of the United States. So that's, you could, if you scale it up, perhaps that's not correct to do that, but that would be about 100,000 people, over 100,000 people in the United States, which is only double the amount of gun deaths per year in this country. But 100,000 people is really a lot of people, actually, right? Or 10,000 people, quite frankly, is a hell of a lot of people. And when we get to the point where the government says, yes, we'll take care of you, we'll provide you with housing, we'll provide you with health care. But then when somebody applies for health care, it's a 10-month wait for a basic procedure, or when they apply for housing, they're put on a federal wait list of 8 months or more. Well, then the government can come in and say, all right, well, now you're free to do something else. I'm a little skeptical of that. So
is your answer negative freedom then?
liberty, yes.
Being British and coming over to America, the learnings about the sensitivity and sacredness of the word freedom is something that I've had to spend an awful lot of time getting accustomed to. From my perspective, it seems like the negative freedom makes an awful lot more sense because you are opening up people to develop stuff down the line. If you're trying to hand people freedoms piecemeal, there is always going to be a gap in that freedom which isn't handed to them. So for me, negative freedom, please.
Yeah, just a quick something quickly on that thought. If you gave people positive freedom, but they didn't have negative freedom, over time they would lose the ability to understand the argument at all. You would need negative freedom so that you could even have a conversation about why you would choose negative freedom or positive freedom.
I've only just become introduced to this concept 3 seconds ago, but it seems to me like negative freedom is a principle and positive freedom is more like a policy. That negative freedom scales because it doesn't need to be targeted individually, it's just get the fuck out of the way, as opposed to positive freedom, which appears to be more policy-based. We are going to have this individually and this individually and this individually.
Negative freedom is Bill of Rights, yeah, written in.
I mean, man, you really did this, huh? I mean, picking one or the other is pretty difficult, but I mean, a man dropped off in the middle of a jungle with no food and no water has an infinite amount of negative freedoms. I don't see that guy having a very good outcome, for his existence. For being only afforded positive freedoms, I mean, you could argue that to some extent, like a child lives that way, right? You don't have very much freedom. You sure as hell don't have freedom of speech under your father's roof. You sure as hell don't have the freedom to own a firearm. You don't have freedom to do a lot of things as a child. But I would argue the development of a child, that's being given a bunch of things by their parents, is probably more positive than the family dropped off in the middle of the jungle with nothing. So I'd say probably positive freedoms are more important than the negative ones. But I think that any one could theoretically lead to the other. That a society given enough education, given enough opportunity to exceed, would probably begin to demand some sort of negative freedoms as well. We keep saying that in other countries with developing markets, we've said this about China for like 3 decades now, that as people gain more money and more autonomy, that they're going to demand, or as they gain more money, they're going to demand more autonomy, et cetera, et cetera. So I would hope that people given enough positive freedom would eventually start to demand the negative ones as well. But I mean, given only negative freedoms and no other resources, I mean, you could cease to exist pretty quickly, I would imagine.
My question would be, who determines what is negative and what is positive? It seems like we're being told this is negative freedom and that's positive freedom. well, who has the authority to call this negative and that positive? It seems to me that from the description of positive freedom is you have freedom only if you do what I tell you. So to me, positive freedom is like Jim Crow. Okay, so you can drink from water fountain, but it has to be that one. You can ride the bus, but it's got to be in the back. So you have the freedom to ride the bus, you have the freedom to use the restroom or the water fountain, but it has to be a separate one. It's the one, as you point out, policy that I'm dictated to do. So I have the freedom to use those things. So, my question is, who determines what's positive and what's negative?
If you only had negative freedom, you would have a society of zombies. You would have a society who is incapable of understanding why one would be better than the other. And the example of the jungle, if you were trying to figure it out what you'd want to do, that kind of starts with the assumption that somebody had negative freedom.
I don't know. Actually, I don't think it's that complicated, quite frankly. And I kind of think that you made a little bit of a false dichotomy there, Destiny. And Daryl made a very good point in sort of refuting that, right? Which is, yes, you can have absolute liberty. And of course, the libertarian ideal is Somalia for that reason, right? We would all love to live in Somalia as pirates. Sounds kind of fun. But the point is this, that, negative freedom, which again I would characterize just very simply as liberty, right? As opposed to the ability to do things if they're like free, and I don't know how that's positive freedom. I don't know how that's positive anything.
I mean, I'd give you a really great example that every single conservative here agrees with. Every single conservative here understands that negative freedom means nothing without positive freedom. Now, normally they wouldn't. However, I'm pretty sure after this or in the panel after that, we're going to have a huge conversation about how pointless the First Amendment is, the negative freedom, without the positive freedom to not be banned from places like YouTube and Twitter. That's an example of pairing a positive with a negative. You can have freedom of speech, but if you're banned from every single social media platform in the United States, it sure doesn't feel like that negative freedom means very much.
Actually, no, that's an example of, as it's characterized by my understanding, a positive freedom, right? There's an infrastructure, the infrastructure is given to people, and there's an entitlement to that positive freedom. This is kind of this is sort of turned into a semantic argument.
Well, no, I don't think it's semantic at all. It's very, very clear. Your First Amendment is not at all threatened by being banned from every single social media platform in the United States. You acknowledge that, right?
It sort of is.
It's not. It's not. There is no law being made by government that is abridging your right to freedom of speech. The First Amendment does not guarantee you access to any social media platform. But if you don't have any access to any social media platform, kind of feels like you don't have very much freedom of speech.
No, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, so it's a very good question,
It's
right?
the topic for the next panel.
Yeah,
So-
fair,
I'm just saying
fair
that
enough.
it's frustrating on the left sometimes to hear conservatives talk about the importance of all the freedoms, but depending on your life situation, if you don't have the ability to access those freedoms, it sure doesn't feel like it, Yeah. People ask me, like, do you like the United States? Why do you live here if you don't like it? Blah, blah, blah. I think the United States is the best country in the world if you've got a lot of money. If you don't have a lot of money, in some ways, the United States kind of sucks. You don't have a right to an education. Our healthcare the access is iffy depending on how much money you've got. Where you live might suck. Like, there's a lot of issues if you don't have a lot of money in the United States. So I think that the positive and the negative, I'm sorry you did this to us, but I think you do have to take into account both of them, and you can't just choose one, because one without the other, I think essentially becomes meaningless.
Yeah, echoing what you said, Peter. Socialism or positive freedom can exist within libertarianism in a micro little community where people decide they want to do that, but the inverse is not true. So I would have to say I agree with calling it liberty, though. I'm not going to play this polarity game. So thank you, Lucy, for coming on.
Thank you.
Good question.
Am I allowed to ask a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm super curious for Daryl. I've heard your TED Talks. I super admire everything you do. It's really cool. The idea of reaching out to people that are that disagree with you about as much as anybody possibly could. One thing that I haven't heard you talk about, that I have heard other people talk about, is what is the pushback you get, or how do you deal with the pushback from your own community about the types of things you do? So, for instance, I don't know this, but I imagine that other black people are probably really critical of you engaging with Ku Klux Klan people and give you a lot of heat for that. How do you deal with that type of criticism?
Okay, first of all, my community is everybody, white, black, or otherwise. Okay? And you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to point out something. You know, how do you deal with other black people? Well, not all black people are my detractors. I have some black supporters, but I certainly do have some black detractors. I've been called an Uncle Tom. I've been called an Oreo. I've been called a race traitor. I've been called all kinds of things. But you know what? I have seen it work. And let me just tell you, just to give you just a little bit of background. I first started traveling around the world at the age of 3 because my parents were U.S. Foreign Service, so I was an American Embassy kid. My first exposure to school was overseas. We started traveling in 1961 at the age of 3. I went to kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, seventh grade, all in different countries around the world. My classes over there, it's up to the 1960s, my classes overseas were filled with kids from all over the world. Japan, Russia, Nigeria, Italy, Czechoslovakia, France, Germany, you name it. If those countries had embassies where we were assigned, all of their kids went to the same school. So that being my first exposure to school became my baseline for what school should be. But every time I'd come back home, because you get assigned to a country for 2 years, and then you're back to the States. Whenever I'd come back home, I would be in either all black schools or black and white schools, meaning the still segregated or the newly integrated. And even though desegregation was passed by the Supreme Court 4 years before I was born in 58, it was passed in 54, schools did not integrate overnight. It took years, sometimes even decades, for schools to integrate. So, I did not understand why people couldn't get along. We all got along overseas. So that was my community. And so I have had, traveling as a kid with my parents and now traveling as a musician on tour around the world or whatever, when you combine those two sets of travels, as I mentioned earlier, I've been to 62 countries on 6 continents. I've played in all 50 states. What does that mean? Besides, I have a lot of frequent flyer miles and hotel points. What it means is I have been exposed to a multitude of cultures, ethnicities, skin colors, ideologies, religions, etc. And all of that has helped shape who I've become. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, only 37% of Americans even own passports. So that means we don't do a whole lot of travel, whether it's black or white. And so the experiences that I've had are not common to many people. That all this travel does not make me a better human being than anybody else, don't get me wrong. But what it does is it gives me a better and broader perspective on humanity. And I can tell you something, no matter how far I go from my own country, the United States, whether it's right next door to Canada, or right next door to Mexico, or halfway around the globe, no matter how different the people may be who I encounter, perhaps they don't look like me, they don't speak my language, or they don't worship as I do, or whatnot, I always conclude one thing, that everybody I have encountered is a human being. And as such, everybody wants these 5 core values in their lives. Everyone wants to be loved. Everyone wants to be respected. We all want to be heard. We all want to be treated fairly and truthfully. And we all want the same things for our family as anyone else wants for their family. And if we can learn to use those 5 core values when we find ourselves in an adversarial situation, it doesn't have to be about race. There are other hot topics: abortion, nuclear weapons, global warming, the last presidential election, the one coming up, the war in the Middle East, the war between Russia and Ukraine. You're on one side, I'm on the other side, okay? You use those 5 core values when you're dealing with an adversary. I will guarantee you, your navigation of that adversarial situation, that society in which you are uncomfortable or unfamiliar, will become a lot more positive, okay, and a lot more productive when you apply those values. My favorite quote of all time is by Mark Twain, and it's called the Travel Quote. And Mark Twain said, "Travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness, and many of our people need it sorely on these accounts. Broad, wholesome, charitable views of men and things cannot be acquired by vegetating in one little corner of the earth all one's lifetime." So those detractors that I have, I don't hate them. I acknowledge them. I give them the time to speak to me, okay? But I realize they've not had that benefit of travel, and I try to share that with them vicariously. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Preach.
Thank you.
All right, next winner, Chris, come on up here. Give Chris a round of applause. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Pretty good. So, what's on your mind?
So I'm Chris Dugood on Minds.com. Not on any other social media sites, so you probably don't know who I am. And I just, wow. This is quite an experience, so I'm grateful for being here.
Welcome, welcome.
Thanks, man.
So what I got to say isn't really easy to sum up in a couple of sentences and, just a few seconds or minutes. But I'll do my best, and with your help, I'll do better. And so here we go. Communication is lacking. So we have not been really fully communicating with each other. It's more of a lack of communication by way of confusion in our language. There's so many levels of meaning within various words, various sects of construction, different occupations, all the different things. And we are supposed to rely on something that is deceiving us. So,
What do you mean by that? What's deceiving us?
like I said, there's so many meanings within one word. Or
Give us three, so we'll. What are three things that deceive us?
our government, our court system, our education system, our police, our safety protectors. There's so many levels of deception, and there's so many people that are not willing to admit that we have been deceived.
And if I may, so I just want to make sure that I understand and make it helpful. And is the idea that because there are these forces of deception in society, that makes conversations more difficult?
For sure, yeah.
And so is the question, what then do we do about it?
That's what we need to have more conversation about.
Okay, so
And-
do you
and-
want everyone on the panel to say, given that there are mechanisms in society that deceive us, and there's already confusion in terms like we had today, you and I discussed God or faith or what have you, how do we proceed to have a meaningful conversation? Is that, I don't want to put words in, I'm trying to understand, is that?
That's part of it, yeah, for sure. There's so many more levels, but yeah, that's a good start.
So here's something that I think is essential for political conversation. I think that you have to come at political conversation. This is very hard to do, but you have to come at political conversations with the understanding that people are truly trying to advocate for what they think is the best for the country. That when people on the left talk about how 12-year-olds need to be on puberty blockers, it's because they really do feel like there are trans children that are that young that need access to this medication, otherwise they'll kill themselves. When conservatives say things like we need to prohibit all children from accessing HRT, it's because conservatives genuinely do feel like there is a social contagion that is pushing children to making bad medical decisions. Once you start from a place where at the very least you both acknowledge that each side is trying to do what they think is best, at least you can start having real conversations about what everybody's trying to do. But when you start from the place of people on the left are groomers and they're trying to trans all the kids for social media clout, or people on the right just want to kill all trans people because they're genocidal, the room for conversation is over. At that point, it just becomes, I guess, adversarial in like a violent manner. Like at that point, you just start shooting each other because there's nothing you can do from that point once you've assumed that the other political side is evil. So I would even take issue with the framing of the question. When you say that people are being deceitful, I don't think people are genuinely trying to be deceitful. I think they're selling you their perception of reality that they really do think is true. It's just that we happen to disagree on those perceptions.
I want to underscore something that you said. I think one of the most important things when you have a conversation with someone across the divide is to not assume that they're a fucking lunatic.
Or
right?
evil.
Or
Yeah.
evil, or bad, or insane, or just extended charitable, huh?
What if they are?
Oh, well, that's a totally different question. But don't go into the conversation assuming that they want the worst for everybody and they're just malintent. And that's what we see is the norm in conversations now. People who disagree with us are all of a sudden existential threats. So I think it's really important. I want to underscore that when you have a conversation, just start with the fact that they're probably a decent person. Maybe they have a disagreement, and it's okay that people have disagreements at the end of the day. This idea that we have to have friends or people with whom we have relationships who have to agree with everything we believe, that's ridiculous. I mean, you should have friends with a diversity of opinions, and you have far better conversations and engage them. But don't assume the people with whom you're having a conversation with are just inherently bad people from the get-go. And there is one thing that I found from literally doing this my whole life, writing about it, et cetera, is that one reason that conversations go awry right from the get-go, and I still make this mistake in spite of how many times I've done this, is that you don't define the terms right up from the bat. And I know that must sound academic, but it's just not. Like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by, like what we did today? What do you mean by faith? What do you mean by God? I had a conversation with a guy. I post my bad conversations too, so people will learn from the mistakes that I made. I had a conversation with a guy, and we had a disagreement on whether there should be open borders. And I just assumed that what he meant by a border was what I meant by a border. But what he meant by a border was like a World War I trench, where people like dug these big trenches in the ground. So forget about like trans issues or gender or sex. That's another one that's inherently fraught with confusion. Asking people to define the difference between gender and sex, and then can people change their sex is very different from can people change their gender. So I found really extraordinarily helpful right from the beginning, after we assume that people are not maniacs, that they have charitable interpretation of their motives. Well, what do you mean by that? I always put the framing on myself, just so that I can understand. Help me understand what you mean by that. So then you're on the same page for the conversation. So that's one key thing I'd suggest.
Wouldn't it be a lot easier if you didn't have to do all that work every time with each individual? We could all come together.
Yeah, but you'd
Hold
never-
on.
you'd
If we
never
could
know-
all come together and come up with a communication that is more on a level playing field.
Are you
that
proposing
is
you would
redoing
never-
the English language?
Yeah, you would never know what
partially,
anybody
yeah.
meant.
I mean, I don't posit to know everything or say that I can come up with this by myself. But if we all come together and have this conversation, then we have an opportunity to change that.
I think more specific language is extremely helpful, and a lot of people will just say overly broad words, and that is a huge problem. I completely agree. So to your point, we're not gonna create a new language. However, being specific as possible so that we're not, alienating anybody, it's very helpful.
I think Peter made a wonderful point, which it's ironic in a way because he suggests what G.K. Chesterton, the Christian apologetics writer, termed the great Christian virtue of charity. Right? That we should give charity, we should be charitable with people, and assume that their intentions are good, even when circumstances would lead us to believe otherwise. And to address Chris directly, it's a difficult thing to do because it requires faith. You actually have to have some kind of faith in order to undergird this assertion that people can be good. But by the way, if you want a direct answer to your question, the issue is that we have a bureaucracy. We have a sort of an unelected, unaccountable bureaucracy in this country. And then we have elected people, frankly, who also have diffuse and often not wonderful interests that are playing a role too. But that being said, I think that Peter's suggestion to be charitable is actually the healthiest approach. We should actually just assume the best about our fellow Americans, our fellow Canadians, because if we don't, it's a world of pain. It's a world of assuming that all of this incompetence is intentional. But in reality, it's not intentional malice. It's just a series of incompetence-driven blunders that plague us because we have an old system that needs maybe a little bit of a tune-up. And that's all.
You could think about it like this. Is it that somebody knowingly does a bad thing, or is it that people's sense of good is hyper attenuated? It's on steroids, and then they act like they do because they think they're doing good things. I would say it's definitely the latter.
Cool. So, yes. We got one more question. We're over time. So thank you, Chris, for coming out, man.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks for having me.
All right, John. John, come up. We got one more question, then we go to the next panel. Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, buddy.
Give John a hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, so I'm John G, 76 on Minds, and I've been a member of Minds for about 2 years now. And before I get into my topic, one thing I just wanted to mention is that I know there are people that cross-post from Twitter and other sites, and there's sometimes people on Minds, like I only use Minds as a social network. I don't use other ones like Twitter and that kind of thing. So just as a suggestion, if people that do, if people that cross-post from Twitter can maybe just maybe once a day, once a week, once a month, come on to Minds and Gab and all these other sites that you cross-post to. I think you would, build up more engagement for the people that are exclusively on those channels, and it'll bring a little more community into the whole picture there. For my background, I'm an automotive engineer in the Detroit area, and I'm currently working on battery vehicles. Work on a component on those battery vehicles.
Talking to the mic a little bit more.
Okay. So I work on like the battery vehicles, in like on a component on them, and I know there's the direction that we want to go, like they're aiming at like 2035 to have this big conversion from gasoline and diesel vehicles. And with that, just me looking into some of the numbers there, I see that like as of 2020, there was about 286 million registered vehicles in the U.S. And looking into like how much we have for production capacity, it's in the neighborhood of maybe like 11 to 15, 16 million per year. And at this point, a lot of that is still like the internal combustion engines, maybe like 1 or 2 million or something in that range for the electric vehicles. Now, what that means is that for 2035, we're not going to meet like anywhere near that 286 million vehicles by that time. So, just okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So, with that, I'm not sure like where we really want to. Well, my idea is that we want to go with more of a target of like what is our overall goal for and like for this example, it would be like carbon capture, or like reducing the carbon in the atmosphere, whether it's carbon capture.
Can I just ask you a question just so that I understand? So there are 286 million vehicles in the U.S. and so what is your question around that?
I'm trying to get to that. So, like,
Okay.
I guess my focus here is, to try and wrap it up here a bit, is just, my proposal would be to focus more on the overall goal and not dictate how you're going to get there. And I think where that becomes a problem is if you dictate, like, oh, we got to convert all the vehicles to battery vehicles and that kind of thing, rather than all the other options that could be out there, whether you're doing carbon capture and turning it into graphene and that kind of thing, like Ian talks about. There's plenty of other ways that we can be investigating with this. So, I mean, I'm just using this as an example because I'm familiar with it. But just as a policy, I think we need to just go use these.
So is a broader goal better
Yeah.
than a specific policy?
Exactly. And so
Okay.
that's kind of what my idea is, like, just, and if you're going to set some goals, set them more short term.
Right.
So, like, maybe within like a development cycle.
Right. So,
And that kind of thing.
so personally, I think you make a very good point, and I think that when it comes to government policies, maybe very specific initiatives, they're doomed to fail. Look at Stalin's 5-year plan. I don't really know anything about this topic, to be honest with you, but maybe you have a point.
Anyone else?
I'll throw something out. I think it depends on what the specific goal is and what the broad goal is. Somebody told me something, fortunately, when I was younger, and if you're younger in the audience, I think this is an extremely helpful way to think about it. Think about the person, this is goal directed. Think about the person you want to be when you're, I'll just pull my age, 56. Where do you want to be in your life? What type of person do you want to be? Then think about what you would need to do at 46 to get there, and then 36 and 26. Usually what people do is they think, what do I want to do next year and the year after that, or maybe I want to go to this college or this graduate school or work at this firm. But that doesn't look at the big picture. That's not the long frame picture. So I think I like the framing of the question. I thought it was really good. So when you talk about specific goals, should you have broader goals and more specific goals? I think the idea is it depends. So as a society, what should we be doing in terms of mandating how many vehicles and how many are battery driven? Again, it's not my field. I haven't the faintest clue. But what I think we should do is we should think about, from the 7 habits of highly effective people, begin with the end in mind. So what's the end? What do we want to do? Do we want to carbon capture? Do we want to make carbon sinks? Do we want to get off foreign oil? And then when you do that, then you work backward to figure out how you get to the goal. So I think that's a way to think about the problem that's useful and effective. And it just cuts through the noise.
Yeah, because I mean, I think with with technology changing constantly, that's why I'm recommending doing this as like a short-term goal, because by like 2035, there probably will be, vehicles out there that run better than the battery vehicles, so the technology will change. And
True that, John. We're going to
So-
get there quicker.
yeah,
Let's make
so
it
I
happen
think that's
faster.
why I'm just saying, focus on like maybe short-term goals, but keep the overall goal, and then also reevaluate the overall goal periodically as well. It's like, do we really need to pull that much carbon out of the atmosphere? Or for that
Oh, yeah.
example.
Yeah, please.
But
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, John.
Give it up for our first panel, guys.
All right, we're just run down because just so everyone can do a plug for where people can find them. Maybe start with Daryl, Peter, Matthew, and Chris.
You can find me at daryldavis.com. That's D-A-R-Y-L, only one R. There's another Daryl Davis, D-A-R-R-Y-L. And if you go to him, he's a real estate agent. He tried to sell you a house. So DARYLDAVIS.com. Thank you all very much for having me.
Peter Boghossian, National Progress Alliance, and I'm mostly active on Twitter and YouTube. It's at Peter, P-E-T-E-R Boghossian, B-O-G-H-O-S-S-I-A-N. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter.
Hi, all. So I'm the founder of Based Records. We're going to have a series of little concerts, little sets after the political discussions are all wrapped up. We got Winston Marshall from Mumford & Sons. He's amazing. We've got Suzanne Santo. I don't know if she's in the audience, but she's amazing. And we've got the always amazing Jeffrey Steele and Ira Dean. country music royalty, so please do stick around after all the discussions are over.
Chris Williamson on YouTube, and Modern Wisdom Podcast everywhere else that you listen, Spotify, Apple Podcasts,
You don't need.
etc. etc.
You don't need to shout. We're staying up here.
Well, just in case somebody's leaving, youtube.com/Destiny, okay?
Not allowed to do that. Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. Destiny and I are going to keep sitting here, but you guys can.
Let's give these guys a round of applause. Okay, we're going to get some new waters on the stage for our next group. We're a little bit behind, so I'm just going to tell you, we have a Q&A at the end of the next panel, and that's going to happen a little differently than it did this time. We're going to have a line form over here, queue up behind this microphone, and it's going to be about 30 minutes before we end the panel, so maybe around 8:30, start queuing up there if you have a question. And we want to ask that you keep your questions as brief as possible so we can have more people ask questions. So just try and get concise with your question. Think about it now. Start thinking about it now. Okay, our next panel is called How to Moderate and Decentralize Social Networks. We are joined by Bill Ottman and Stephen Destiny Bunnell, who are already here. Our first panelist is a singer, actor, a co-host on the popular Timcast IRL podcast, and the co-founder of Minds. Please welcome Ian Crossland. And he has a smashing velvet jacket.
Thank you, it's velvet.
I love it, it's velvet. It's beautiful. What is that, Coming to America?
It is.
Yeah.
Good ear.
Our next panelist is an investigative journalist, a frequent contributor on Timcast IRL, and the co-founder of WeAreChange.org. Please welcome Luke Radowski. He wants to sit on this side.
As far away from me as possible. The blue dye is dying off on people.
Our next panelist is the founder and CEO of Public Square, which is a platform that connects conservatives to freedom-minded businesses. This is one of our sponsors tonight. Please welcome Michael Seifert. And then finally, our next panelist is the editor-in-chief of the Postmillennial and Human Events. And she is a lovely human being, one of my favorite human beings. That's a bit of an editorial. I need an editor, because I shouldn't have said all that. Come on up, Libby Evans. And you guys, I was told just to remind everyone to speak directly into the microphone closer than you think you need to.
Luke, so what should be banned from social media?
Nothing. Let people choose what they want to see. I think we're all adults here. If something's bad, the audience and the market will speak for itself. Obviously, you know, there's the concept of hurting children. That obviously is an exception. Obviously, there are government institutions that run international child trafficking organizations. So obviously, are you going to entrust those organizations to go after that? That's another question and conundrum that I think a lot of people are asking themselves. But other than the exception of children being hurt, I think we are adults and we could actually decipher and decide what we want to listen to and don't want to listen to. Treat us like human beings. We shouldn't be treated like babies.
That's a big box, though. Like, what can hurt children is a big, you know, Penelope.
Well, the obvious one is, of course, you know, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein's island or being trafficked by, you know, many of the intelligence agencies and sent off to individuals like, you know, Bill Gates and others who, you know, get to do whatever they want with them. I think that's the distinction there.
You would say that you should ban child porn?
Yes.
What about, like, okay, well, what do you...
Let's get a round of applause for that. Banning child porn. Yeah, there we go.
But the next question, though, is who's going to do the banning?
I think it should probably be human beings should be doing the banning and not an algorithm or a bot or something like that. I think these should be human beings checking this stuff out and taking a look for child porn, if that's what we're looking to ban.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like AI can help find it, but have a human layer of protection.
It always has
stop.
to be a human layer of protection, especially when we're talking about something as sensitive as actual free speech.
Although the issue with putting a human in charge is that, firstly, definitions can change. So what's porn today might be normalized in 10 years. And secondly, they have the keys so that they can put their foot on the gas when they want to, take it off when they don't.
You're talking about standards, which we are lacking as a culture right now in a society, and we do need standards. That's something that I think is paramount.
Do you think that the community can function as a form of algorithm, like the human consciousness, so we don't have to rely on like algorithmic code? We can let the people somehow decide together?
I don't know what that looks like.
Like a jury? I mean, we have a jury system at
Like a
Minds.
jury?
I say we liberally, but because Bill's been running the company, not me. But yeah, there's a jury. Like if something gets up for banned, then and they want to appeal the act, it'll go to like a group of people to decide.
That's an interesting concept. What kind of jury? Like a grand jury that would be potentially impaneled?
It's a randomized set of active users who aren't connected to each other to try to decrease bias. But yeah, we try to keep ourselves in check with the community.
I mean, I think the issue, I don't know if we're talking like in a dream world or as it exists right now. I think the problem is once a platform grows to a certain size, having a human element in moderation is just like prohibitively expensive. I think that's why for, Jesus, over a decade, when did Steam start automating their bans? I think having like human people involved in every single moderation action just becomes prohibitively expensive for any sufficiently large tech company, I think.
But we need the protection of human interpretation in order to secure free speech. I mean, without free speech, we really have nothing at all. It's like pretty much the only thing that matters.
I mean, well, I think there's a lot of things that matter besides free speech. But I guess the question becomes like, is it a company's job to safeguard what I guess we're using in common parlance free speech, because we're not really talking about the First Amendment right now. Should it even be a company's, I guess, prerogative to guard free speech, right?
I was talking pretty much about the First Amendment.
Well, the
Which I
First
do
Amendment
think is
says
pretty
nothing for
paramount.
being banned on like Twitter or YouTube, right?
Well, because of like the whole private company thing.
Well, because it's not the government thing, right?
Yeah, but you don't have to be the government to censor.
Well, no, but you're violating their free speech by demanding that they're not allowed to censor, right? That's the whole point of having freedom of speech, is that the government shall make no law abridging somebody's freedom of speech. If Twitter doesn't want to host your speech, Twitter has the right to do that.
Censorship goes far beyond like just, I mean, companies, look, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it's just the government. I mean, censorship can happen at a non-governmental level.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be the First Amendment, because the First Amendment is about the government. If we want to talk about other types of censorship, we can, but the government is governed by the First Amendment, right?
The term government really means mind control. You know, mente is like Latin, I think, for mind, and govern is Latin for to control. So, like, look at what the system of control is. And at this state, it's an algorithmic code or multitude of codes that are governing the way we behave. So you could make an argument that we would amend the Constitution to include other forms of government than the
Okay,
political
well, when
system.
Clarence Thomas has a brief that he writes to the Supreme Court about whether or not the government is mind control, I'll take a look at that, I guess.
You tell him, Ian. But I think we're learning right now with Twitter specifically that free speech is popular. And when we look at the censorship of speech, it is the government's hand in these companies, and they know that it's not profitable for them to destroy someone's speech. And this is what they've been doing. They've been going to YouTube, they've been going to Facebook, they've been going to Alphabet and all these companies and saying, you know what, we're going to make sure that you guys are going to lose business and we're going to silence people because we don't like them. And I think right now Twitter is certainly challenging that notion that speech needs to be protected, needs to be censored, because I think they're doing better than ever. I think the platform is thriving. I enjoy the platform personally myself, speaking from a biased perspective, but I think they're really showing and leading the way, saying free speech is the answer, and it could also be profitable, and it could also be successful at the same time, allowing a perfect harmony of profit and respect of individuals to speak their mind.
I think something that I spoke about earlier, real quick, was when we have these conversations, I think it's very important that we're firmly rooted in reality. And conservatives have this mantra that they, I guess, repeat to themselves at midnight in the mirror with all the lights turned off that go woke, go broke, go woke, go broke, go woke. It's not true.
It is true.
It's absolutely
true.
not true.
It is
These
true.
companies online that are engaging in
Vanguard
censorship-
just pulled back and said, after a decade of pursuing ESG, is the third most powerful investment firm in the world. We are leaving ESG.
We're
It
not
is
ESG.
woke.
We're not talking
Yeah,
about
it
ESG.
is.
Please, God,
This
don't,
is what
let's not do
woke
finance
is.
up here. Okay? We're not
Environmental,
talking about
social
ESG.
governance.
The reality
What do you
is
think
that
social is?
The reality is that online, having aggressive moderation platforms that are trying to ban speech that a lot of you guys want to protect, that I want to protect, that I think is cool to protect, is actually a pretty profitable decision. If it wasn't, they wouldn't do it.
What about in
Can I ask you a question?
publishing? What about in publishing, not in social media? What about censorship in publishing?
I don't know as much about books.
If a
and publishing,
private
I'm sorry.
company is acting on behalf of the government in censoring speech, is that a violation of the First Amendment?
If the government was telling people to censor people, I guess
That
it
is
could
what
be.
happened with Twitter over the last
well,
2 years.
we saw that. Sure. So we saw that with the Twitter files, that is absolutely not the case. If you actually read any of them, past the actual tweets, the government was not making explicit requests to censor political speech on Twitter. That did not happen.
Patently false. It's patently false. It's patently false. Is it okay for the government to ask a company to censor?
Well, it depends on what the censorship request is for.
No,
If it's for stuff
that is
if it's
a
for
yes or
stuff
no
that-
question.
listen,
Is it
I-
okay for the government to ask
You
the
have-
company
wait,
to
wait.
censor?
It depends on what you're trying to censor. If it's somebody making a death threat, yeah, that's probably okay. If it's pictures of Hunter Biden's cock, which I know you guys are all real excited about, it's probably okay. Yeah, it depends on what the censorship request is. Yeah.
So, okay, keep going with that. So when a journalistic output is withheld from disclosing a story that could be detrimental to a presidential candidate, and they did not carry that same treatment to the other side, and it was not just Hunter Biden's cock, it was the fact that there was a potential that there was illegal drugs, there was underage prostitutes, there was a whole slew.
There was influence peddling.
It's his son. Who gives a shit about his son who's involved in his business dealings, who gets $50,000 a month working for Burisma in a country that we have a proxy state set up in? How is that not involved with Biden? Are you kidding me?
And there are major
So the
polls and
reality
studies.
so the reality is, and I highly encourage you guys to read the Twitter files because I don't think anybody up here actually has. If you actually read the emails where they discuss banning content, it wasn't the government told us to censor this story. The government never made a request to Twitter to censor the Hunter Biden story. That was testified to under oath multiple times by multiple people at Twitter. It is not the case that that story was censored because of the government. It was a complicated internal conversation that Twitter had amongst themselves. You can read the conversations. They're
So
published in
basically,
the
what you're
emails.
saying is that Twitter self-censored.
Yes.
So a climate of self-censorship does come from a government level.
No.
Yes, it comes
No,
from
it doesn't.
government intimidation. Yes, it
no,
does.
it doesn't.
were there-
Hold on,
This is historic.
If it came from government intimidation, why did Twitter only adhere to like 37% of the requests the government actually made?
Just because they didn't go along with 100%, according to your
Oh,
data
come on.
here,
No, so the
that
government
doesn't
can
mean
only
it.
intimidate you 37% of the time?
I think it's a valid question.
No,
and
it's
I
not a
think
valid question. That
yes,
was
it is.
ridiculous.
No,
If an
it's not
FBI
at all.
agent is outside
and I think
my house,
I think that
and
we
I have
see
had-
that there was government intimidation at Twitter, and I think that you can see that in the Twitter files.
No, you
I
can't.
think
Where?
that you saw that with
Where do you see
regard
that
to. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, well, I read them, okay? And I'm telling you that they did not intimidate them. I have had conversations with the FBI. If the FBI was outside my house, they're going to intimidate me more than 37%
Can I
of the
ask you a
time.
question?
Okay?
Were there any emails in the Twitter files between a government actor, bureaucracy or elected official, and Twitter's executive team?
Yes.
Is that not highly problematic when the requests coming from government involved political candidates? Yes or no?
It depends on the request. If it's to
How?
censor, if it's to censor-
How?
Do you think it is essential that uncensored pictures of Hunter Biden's dick remain on Twitter?
When he's
Answer
the
that question.
son,
Answer that
yes.
question. Okay,
When he
that's
is
where
the
we're at right now.
son,
That's where the conversation is right now.
it's
Okay.
the New York Post. It's not like it's the porn outlet that's posting these pictures. The second oldest journalistic output in
Well,
the
no, no, you
United
just made
States broke a story. Government emailed Twitter's executive team what happened 2 weeks out from the election. Then they delete the story of the New York Post. How is that not
The New
a
York
company
Post-
acting on behalf of the government to violate the First Amendment of a journalist? How is that not the case?
Because Twitter never said that they deleted that post because of the government.
And you believe them?
I just want to clarify. Hold on.
You're reporting from the Twitter files. What are you citing?
Let's stop screaming. Let's try to understand each other and because we're getting a little bit crazy. We're getting a little
real quick, just so we're on the same page.
Let's get a little civil.
How many people up here actually read the actual tweets, not just the headline?
Thank you, Matt Taibbi.
Okay, so we've got 2 people.
Okay, but we got a special guest joining us. But I just want to ask you the question.
Stephen requested that we had Alex on tonight, so I thought.
They told me to get here at 8 o'clock. I didn't even go on stage today. So I'm only 30 seconds late. Sorry.
Alex, do you think that what was the exact question? Do you think that there's things that should be censored online, Alex? I guess, how do you want to ask it, Stephen? How would you ask Alex this, where we're at right now?
I'm not even sure what I would ask Alex right now.
I would just go back to 5 years ago where violent threats, specifically calling for violence, which is illegal already, and child porn and stuff like that, and people's hacked personal information. Those things are illegal. Things that are illegal, not our free speech. It's really simple.
Do you think that there are things where it's it's legal but unethical that should be pulled down?
No, I think it should be the Wild Wild West. That's what America and freedom is. And once you open the Pandora's box, everybody is going to say this is evil, and other groups are going to say that's evil. Conservatives are going to say ban this. Liberals are going to say ban that. This group's going to say ban this, and then it's special interest banning what they don't like. No, that's not what I want. I'm a big enough adult that I want to see everything. People say, well, then don't let the kids see it. Ban TikTok. No, don't let your kids on TikTok be their parent.
So I'm curious. What is your enforcement mechanism? You want to go to Twitter and you want to say you're not allowed to deplatform certain speech or ban certain actors. What do you want to do to keep them from doing that? Do you want to make it illegal for you to ban people that you disagree with, that do hate speech? What does the enforcement mechanism look like there?
Well, hate speech is really just a modern corporate name. When U.S. senators call for nuclear war with Russia, to me that's hate speech. But they still have a right to say that and be crazy people calling for World War III. So one person's hate speech is somebody else's love speech. So as long as somebody isn't saying go shoot this up or go attack this group, let the KKK, who are a bunch of idiots, or let the new Black Panther Party, they're basically a black KKK group, let them sound like idiots off in their own little echo chamber. We know what they're saying. We know what they're doing. We're watching them in case they're about to get violent. Everybody knows in all the studies, you suppress speech, it puts stuff underground. You want it, the old American idea that was really the vanguard, that was the Renaissance. We call it old now, but really it's the new thinking that we forgot about and went back to the old thinking of tyranny, is to let everything out there and believe in the public to choose what makes sense. And in that world, whether it's the new Black Panther Party or the KKK, we're going to reject those idiots and we're going to embrace a civilization.
And you radicalize. You do radicalize more people by censoring speech, and you put them off into farther corners of the internet where they become more radicalized. And that's why a more honest, transparent conversation and dialogue, where we're able to have actual clarity on the issues and actually fix the wrongs and actually discuss the problems, actually helps fix the larger issues that we're dealing with,
but
rather
again,
than
what
censoring
is the
them.
enforcement mechanism? How do you keep Twitter from banning people that you don't want banned? What do you think should be done?
I think Minds is doing a great job. I think the way that Minds
you
conducts itself.
Are we
I
up here
think the
talking
way
about
that,
what to do about other
I
social
think the
media?
way that they
I get it.
decide
You're
these decisions is
you're
a
asking,
great way
how
to
do we
address
do
it.
that? I think as a population, we have big corporations, we have think tanks, we have so-called fact-checking groups pressuring Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Google and all its subsidiaries to censor. And I think as a population, we reject and we boycott and we stand against censors and we promote the platforms that are open and free. And then, again, just 5-10 years ago, if a conservative got censored, the left was against it. If the left got censored, the right was against it. We have to go back to being unified and saying our speech is king, our right to see and watch and listen to what we want is paramount, because you're not censoring Alex Jones, or you're not censoring Luke Rudowski, or you're not censoring Jack Posobiec, or you're not censoring Tucker Carlson, or Naomi Wolf, or whoever it is. When you censor them, you're censoring our ability to hear what they're saying.
But you're also censoring anyone else who might speak up. So that's a big thing too. A liberal value, a very classical liberal value, was that even if you disagree with someone's speech, you'll defend their right to express themselves. And that's a value that we need as Americans, and that's a value that we need online.
Exactly. Remember when the liberals and the Jewish law firms used to support the KKK marching? Those liberal law firms.
There was a murder she wrote about that.
Absolutely. They didn't support the idiot KKK, but they said, we got to let these morons march or we lose all our rights, which was true.
And it's true now on Twitter.
It is.
I think sometimes there's a responsibility for the authority to crack down if like child porn goes up. Like the admin has to take that offline. That means needs to be some central authority needs to snag that.
Well, it's
down.
illegal.
Exactly. And spam, it's not illegal, but it's unethical. So some central authority's got to crack it. But it's
But
not
what's central
scalable.
authority when the FBI has been uploading a lot of the content as well, and they've been running international trafficking operations like with Epstein for over 30 plus years? How do you trust those same people to actually moderate?
Yeah, Luke
this stuff?
Radowski's right. How do we have the FBI that protected Epstein now being the policeman of child porn? I mean, I really think it's all up to us.
Yeah, I think it doesn't scale. That's what I was going to say. Is the central authority crackdown method doesn't scale to the masses like Twitter because it's too big for one guy to take control, whether that's the government or the head of state. So I think you need to decentralize the authority somehow as the system grows. And if that could be written into the system, the larger it gets, the wider the net of judges that can make the decision in aggregation.
Well, remember Elon Musk, like last week, that viral BBC clip, and he goes, okay, give me one example of what you're seeing. He goes, well, it's a little bit mean or it's a little bit sexist. And he said, well, then how do you define what a little bit is? Soon everything is banned except what you want to be heard. I mean, it's impossible. And here's the thing. We all know this. You all know this. I remember Joe Rogan in like 2000 in Houston, and I'm watching him at a packed comedy club, and he said, mark my words, within 10 years, Hollywood and corporate media are going to be dead. Because on the internet, there's so many voices, so many choices, it can never compete with that level of Wild West freedom. And if you go back to 2010 and the numbers, that's really when corporate media died. That's really when Hollywood died. It's got endless funding and backers, but it's a zombie organization. It's already gone. So any attempt to bring in AI, any attempt to suppress us, any attempt to shut down their competition is like a ghost dance. They're fighting a war they've already lost. So let's understand that. No amount of AI, no amount of BS is going to stop us because AI is just plagiarism of everything we already made. So we program the AI ourselves. So when the viewers and listeners of this show realize you're not the tail, you're the dog, and that when you produce culture and you speak up, that's your defense mechanism to make sure you program the system.
Steven, do you think Alex should be let back on Twitter?
I don't want to be let back on Twitter. I like being the black sheep.
What was his specific ban for? Was it for the? Yeah.
You know, that's a very important point you brought up. I was not banned for the thing everybody hears about me for. I was banned for criticizing Oliver Darcy, the mini-me Brian Stelter. And it was actually Tim Pool, who was on with Joe Rogan and the head of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, and
Vijay Gotti.
Yes. And they said, he beat up a child on TV, and he was mean to a journalist, Oliver Darcy. And he called for using battle weapons against Antifa. None of that ever happened. They showed some random dude on ABC News when a kid's hitting him, and he in Missouri, and the guy looks a little like me, and another fat dude with a beard. He hits him, and he falls down, and that's not me. That was, talk about deep fake. It wasn't even a fake video. It wasn't me. And then I saw Oliver Darcy was everywhere getting me banned. I was still on Twitter. And I said, how dare you get me banned everywhere, man? You're a jerk. The video's out there still. It's banned on Twitter. And then the other thing was, I'm Bill Hicks. No, that's because they got to ban Bill Hicks. But the third thing was, Antifa had gone to Tucker Carlson's house and broken the door down and was threatening his wife. And I said, I won't ever want to be violent and never physically start an altercation. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi says, the force is for defense, never attack. But I said, I've got an instant access safe in my bedroom with a battle rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun. And if Antifa attacks my house, is burning my house down trying to shoot me, I'm going to go out and defend myself. So I said, never attack Antifa, but defend yourself. Well, they never showed the clip whenever, all the shows put it on as a national news story. They just said, Jones called for killing leftists with battle rifles. A $1 million challenge. Where did I say kill leftists with battle rifles? Never happened. Where did I beat up an 8-year-old in Missouri? Never happened. So that's all they've got. And then we've now learned, this isn't about me, but it's very interesting, very interesting. They introduced in court with my $1.5 billion judgment against me, defaulted by the judge, and allowed to defend myself, already guilty. They entered in court 24 minutes of video most of it from 9 years ago, of stuff that was edited clips out of context of me just saying, the internet says this, what's going on? That turns into I'm pissing on people's graves, I'm doing all these things I never did. And when they sued me and didn't get any evidence, they defaulted me and then said the new model. And they're now doing that with Fox News and the Dominion lawsuit. And if you don't like Fox News, the judge says, you're not giving me the right evidence, I'm going to default you. So you don't get a trial, you're guilty now. A jury decides how guilty you are. That's the weaponization of the judiciary. So then when Hillary lost and Trump was about to win, they had a PR firm. They've now bragged about it. I didn't know this live for the cases. They hired a PR firm that does the UN PR. It's like the second biggest PR firm in the U.S. to run all these national stories everywhere about Jones is attacking people, he's peeing on graves, he's going after people. And I'm like, no, I'm not. It's like Joe Rogan when they go, he said the N-word. He's like, stop saying it, because they edit it all together. And I kind of did say some of that, but not most of this. And I didn't know what was going on. And then they defaulted me. Then they did that. Then they wanted $2 trillion. Oh, you only get $1.5 billion. I don't have $5 million. So I learned how the whole thing was not about me. It was about demonize free speech, demonize a populist. And when people don't stand up for Alex Jones, then all the dominoes fall. So I don't feel sorry for myself. I feel like I'm caught up in a really historical point. I don't have the incredible organization and focus and purity of a Julian Assange, who I find no sin with, who I think did basically a perfect job. If he's free Julian Assange. He's a great guy. 8-9 years in solitary confinement, almost dead. So anytime I feel sorry for myself that made a lot of mistakes, would go crazy on air and get drunk on air and everything, take mushrooms on air, and I'm like, God, I didn't say some crazy stuff. It was not done to be mean. I look back on all that, I just say, I'm lucky this machine only did this to me, didn't use CIA sex operatives, didn't set me up, and didn't literally put me in a solitary confinement cell for 9 years. So I'm not a victim. Julian Assange is, and he's who we should be getting out of jail. And that's one of Trump's biggest faults, is he told Julian Assange in 2016, he said, Julian, if you've got the evidence of Hillary, I want you to release it now. And then he releases it, and they throw him under the prison. So at the end of the day, fuck Donald Trump for that. You know what I mean?
What I understand about the Twitter banning of you, Alex, is that you got banned for one reason, which was the stuff you were talking about. And then now Elon just doesn't want to let you on because he thinks that you were mean about the kids with the Sandy Hook crash.
No, I agree with Elon Musk. I should not be let back on Twitter.
Really? You think?
No, I'm dead serious.
But I don't like that one guy can have arbitrary authority. Like, I just feel like I don't like the way he's.
Well, no. What you're saying is totally true, but let me explain the 3D chess. No, I'm being dead serious. Elon says, I will not arbitrarily ban people. I will follow the law and the rules. Then he says, Alex Jones attacks dead kids, and Jesus said, if you do that, you should tie a millstone around your neck and be thrown in the ocean. So he's being hypocritical on his statement of him not making personal decisions. What he said there was a lie. But let's explain. It's a battery. When they ran tens of thousands, and that's conservative, of articles, thousands of national newscasts about what they said I did to kids that I didn't do. People don't know who Anna Blands is. They think I killed him, okay? I mean, literally, you think that name, I won't even say the name, they think me. So they've charged up this giant battery against free speech that's Alex Jones. He's freeing all the captives. He's doing great things at Twitter, changing the whole paradigm. I have to only salute him. If I was Elon Musk, I wouldn't go as far as to actually be thrown in the ocean with a millstone around my neck, but that's a little too far. I shouldn't be killed. Please don't call people to kill me. But I understand that if he did that, they would have been able to shut down Twitter, overthrow what he did, and stop the revolution. So when they said, everybody kept going, free him, free him, free him, he goes, no, he's the sacrificial lamb. So it's almost like the Dark Knight. I get it, because of all that demonization and that investment that I'm the devil. He goes, great, everybody else is free but him. We're going to crucify him. I'm not comparing myself to Christ. But I'm saying, I get it. And so Elon Musk, never unban me. I love being the black sheep, and I get it. Free everybody else and just say, hey, I freed all them, but I kept that son of a bitch locked up. If everybody else gets free, we're going to win. And I think if he'd have done that, they'd have taken over Twitter. So Elon Musk made the right move.
Destiny, wait. Hold on, Ian. So Destiny, reinstate Alex or no?
Should he unban Alex or no?
Yes.
The reason why I asked was because I don't know what he was originally banned for. That's what I'm curious. I don't know why Elon Musk hasn't unbanned you. Well, I
He thinks it was-
I don't know. I have no
No,
fucking
listen.
idea
He thinks
how
it was
much of that is true or
for.
not.
He thinks it was for that shooting in Connecticut. But I'm telling you, these guys are smart news guys. Tell them, look, it was for the things I said. I mean,
Here's my question, because I know we have a lot of Elon fans up here. Do you think that Elon Musk is running Twitter to try to make money, or do you think he has a principled adherence to freedom of speech?
I think Elon Musk is really smart. I'm really impressed. I get more impressed every day. He knows money is a symbol of energy, like gas in your gas tank. You don't worship the gas tank, but you worship the sunrises and the forest and the blue skies and the sunsets you see when you're in your car or when you pick your kids up at school. So I worship that mobility. And so to him, he wants it to be successful so he can do SpaceX and all the other amazing things he's doing. And so it's both. It's not exclusive to one. You want to be successful with money so you have the freedom. But definitely, he's hitting on all cylinders now where he said something everybody should agree with. Everybody knows that the majority of people have agreed now, and I think they're right, that circumcision is wrong. No, seriously, let me just say this. Your newborn son does not have a say whether part of his pecker is going to be cut off, okay? Now, look, I'm circumcised, and I remember my son is 20 years old. And I remember the female doctor came to me and she said, do you really want to do this? And she said, we'll do it, but we don't agree with it. He should make the choice. And just out of tradition, I said, cut the end of his dick off. Now, that was wrong. That was wrong. But the point is, I'm being honest about what I did. In hindsight, callers called me over the years and said, this is wrong. Okay, we know in some of the crazier Islamic countries, they cut the clitoris off little girls. I think we agree that's wrong, right? Does the little girl, okay, but a 5-year-old or 10-year-old kid does not have the ability to make a decision where they want to be sterilized. It's the same thing. And so Elon Musk came out Friday and said, anybody that sterilizes or cuts the testicles or breast off a girl or boy before they're 17 goes to prison. When you're 17, 18, you want to have that, you want to be something else, it's just like a breast job. You want to be somebody else, more power to you, okay? You want to have horns put on your head. But that's when Elon came out on that Friday, and I'm full Elon now, because that is the transhumanist system, is to get us to accept that against children. And once we accept that against children, look, circumcision's wrong, but let's cut their whole thing off. Come on, guys. That's what I'm trying to say here is when Elon passed that third rail and did that, I'm fully behind what he's doing.
What do you think of the Missouri law, the new Missouri law that says even adults have to wait 18 months? It's 3 years. Is it 3 years? 3 years for medical that adults have to wait for medical intervention.
No, I don't
they
think
are
adults should have to.
sterilized
I'm
and
against
things
that
like
law.
You're against that law?
No, I mean, listen, I don't.
There's people who went through transition and then came out the other side who said, as adults, who said this would have really saved me and I would not be missing my dick right now.
No, I understand. They got brainwashed and they got put into that. And so they want a waiting period. But it becomes the other danger if, as an adult, you're 18, your family should protect. I mean, I see both arguments.
What about like a waiting period for adult women who determine they don't want to have children and they want to have hysterectomies? Because it's very difficult for adult women to get a hysterectomy voluntarily.
No, I think a woman. Listen, I don't like assisted suicide. I don't like suicide, but I agree with your right to kill yourself. I don't want the government.
The government's help, because
what I'm saying is I don't want the government to pay for it. I don't want the government to push it. I don't want the government involved in it. But if you want to go back on your back of your house and blow your head off, that's your business. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing. If a woman, or maybe a woman has their whole family has breast cancer, she says, I don't want to die of cancer. No, I think as adults, we should be able to do anything we want to ourselves as long as the state doesn't pay for it, meaning I pay for it. At the end of the day, I'm a libertarian when it comes to personal issues, but I think you really have to come of age. I think that's 17 or 18. You can't join the military. You can't buy guns. You can't buy liquor, because everybody knows we do dumb shit when we're kids. We need people to protect us. Once you're an adult, good decisions, bad decisions, I think you should be able to make them.
I've got a theory about how to ethically deal with this Alex Jones ban on Twitter. So what would happen is, I like your 3D chess analogy. If Elon were to unban you, he would basically absorb all the hatred that people have on you right now into him. And that would be too much for him, and it could destroy the platform. But if the community provided enough pressure and there were enough people that forced him to do it, and it gave him essentially no choice because there was such a loud noise. The hatred would absolve into the community, and it would be diffused among many, many, many people to the point of confusion where it wouldn't really affect anything.
Well, I'm kind of curious for you guys, because I asked earlier, do you think that Elon is principally concerned with freedom of speech or making money? And we kind of got an answer of both, but I think at some point you have to choose between one or the other. And recently you had Elon trying to shut down or at least put a warning to Substack links. I believe Taibbi and I think other journalists completely left Twitter, like completely over it, and now they exclusively post on Substack. So how do you feel about Elon's decision to, I guess, try to inhibit people from visiting competitor websites?
Is that a question for me?
Or anybody, yeah.
Go ahead. I've been hogging the time here. I mean, I'll just say briefly, Substack was basically empowered by Twitter. I love Substack, and I think that what Elon is doing is not about a free speech issue, but that they are a Twitter competitor, and that Twitter is basically hanging on this revolution. So I think by him blocking that, he's doing something to save the platform. That doesn't mean I agree with it. I don't think it's being done as an anti-free speech movement. It's being done kind of like Yahoo was blocking YouTube when it first launched, 16, 17, 18 years ago.
I mean, this is anti-freedom of speech to protect your
Well, but
pockets,
he
though,
also
right?
he also said that he wasn't actually blocking. If you looked at the links, there was a warning.
The same thing with the New York Post story for Hunter Biden initially, too, though, right? There was a warning when you clicked off.
That was pulled.
No.
Well, it was brought back. It was brought back with a warning, though, too, though.
I'm not defending the warning labels on the Substack links,
Hey,
but I am
Erica.
saying that it was a warning label. And in terms of if Musk is defending free speech on the platform or trying to make money, he won't be able to defend free speech if the platform doesn't make any money.
So now violations of freedom of speech are okay as long as it protects the pocket of the owner so that he continue to run the
No,
company.
no, 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 no. I want to be clear.
I did not
I want to
say
be clear.
that.
That's the
I just
argument you laid out.
clarified what the thing was that happened, and then said that I think he's defending free speech and trying to make money so he can continue to
Sure.
defend free
What if he
speech.
says that I think we should
But
ban
also,
racial...
what Substack did was, weren't they like appropriating a bunch of the code and
Yes.
and
They
cloning?
created a Twitter clone.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
cloning the community notes thing.
Hey, Dustin, is Elon in the room with us now? He's not.
We all
We're
just
not here
feel
to
the
make
presence.
excuses for Elon. I think the Substack thing has two
Wait, are we
different
not allowed
sides
to
to
talk
it.
about the billionaire owner to one of the largest social media
No,
platforms?
we of course are. But you're directing questions like we're his spokespersons. We're not.
Well, you were all so eager to defend him a little bit ago, so I was just curious. If
Well,
you
no,
would
I
continue
think
to-
I have meant to,
disingenuous.
listen, I agree with you. I have meant to address this because it just broke like 4 or 5 days ago. I've been trying to analyze it. I am not his apologist. In fact, the guy's banned me and said that I need to be murdered. But I got his PR because he's trying to counter what they were trying to use me against him. What I'm saying is that's a corporate decision and it is censorship against a competitor that's using their technology. I was simply saying I think that's wrong, and there's a lot of great Substack people, and he should stop it, and I believe he's created the Streisand effect. But the CIA and the Justice Department and these combines with the deep state working with all the big tech to censor everybody, that's the big threat, and Elon has broken away and is doing his own thing. So I don't agree with him, but he gets a little bit, not even of a grace period, but just a little bit of a time to see what he's going to do because he's broken with that. That's what I'm saying. But yes, I think he shouldn't have done that to Substack. I think they jumped the gun. I think that it's an issue. They're threatened by Substack. And, quite frankly, I hope Substack becomes bigger than Twitter. I hope there's 10 Twitters. That's all I'm saying.
So what we learned when Twitter open sourced their algorithm from the Substack stuff was that it actually isn't the production live algorithm because there was no Substack reference in GitHub. So they have some sort of link blacklist somewhere, which we don't know about. And they did say that we haven't seen all of the algorithm yet. And what we also learned from the algorithm is that all links are punished on Twitter. And actually, Facebook does this too. They all do it. They basically demote links because it pushes people off to other websites, which is stupid. And he shouldn't be intimidated by that. I mean, we saw just a few weeks after the acquisition was over that Twitter rolled out a policy which they rescinded, which was to block Facebook and Instagram and even
every competing social media.
Nostr, which is the decentralized protocol that we're using.
Yeah, that's it. So they've all done this to each other before.
Yeah, YouTube does this routinely. Like you can't when you outlink in the description on your YouTube channel, they demote your video in the algorithm. So Why are we discussing and talking about Twitter when all these other social media platforms are also engaged in
Well,
this
that's
platform
because
as well?
because
And,
we were
and I think if we're
heralding
talking
Elon.
about Twitter, let's talk about YouTube doing it as well, because I think they deserve criticism
And again,
as well.
it's not
Well, I
about
don't
not
think YouTube is-
criticizing Elon. It's not about not criticizing Elon, but what Luke just said is true. We're all focused on Twitter because they release the files. The other big tech does it even worse and more sophisticated. And I think that's what Luke's saying, but I think your question's reasonable.
Facebook ran psychological studies seeing how they could manipulate people's emotions through the algorithm, trying to make them outraged, trying to make them sad, trying to make them feel happy. They were able to do psychological studies. The things that Facebook does, they know when you're about to take a shit, all right? These motherfuckers are up your fucking ass with so much private metadata that we can't even imagine, we can't even fathom. And I think when we criticize big tech social media, yes, let's criticize Twitter. Twitter could do better. But I think there's a bigger elephant in the room, and that's all the collusion and all the actions that big tech has been acting on, particularly from one side of the aisle, and
That's
that
right.
side is the
It's the big
establishment.
globalist governmental combines controlling all of big tech, and then Twitter breaks away, and we go, Elon, you're exposing the censorship, but then you're protecting your platform, which I'm not even agreeing with that. I'm just saying that's a different animal what he's doing.
Just to have like a basic tech conversation, are we like opposed to tailored algorithms? Is this a bad thing, do we think, or?
Absolutely not. Obviously, individuals get to choose. I think at the end of the day, individuals should be able to choose, but private companies get to choose whatever algorithms they want. But when they're politically motivated, when they create echo chambers, when they create conversations
When
that
they
are
block
dominated,
other algorithms,
Yeah.
I think it should all be open and free.
Yeah, when they radicalize individuals that only hear their voice and not opposing viewpoints, and there's no actual logical debate, and you only hear one side talking shit about the other side and becoming more emotional and more enraged.
Sure, so
I
I
think think there deserves to be a discussion about our ability to what we're curated and what we want to see, because at the end of the day, what we subscribe is what we should see. But
And by
that's
the way,
not
what
what's
Luke
happening.
just said is the answer to everything. Go back to YouTube and Google and all of it. It's a parent company 20 years ago. They on purpose put us in groups and then put the most radical in there to push those groups to divide us and make us a new country. And I was part of that. I didn't know I was being used, but they were pushing me because they could take out of context a few things they liked that were radical or crazy. And so, but I didn't do it on purpose. So exactly what Luke just said, you can't ban algorithms, you can't ban them, but we should be aware of it. But absolutely, they set up the algorithm that made the left wing so crazy, that made the right wing so crazy, that turned this country into what we are.
Well, also, it's the algorithm on TikTok and Tumblr and all of these other things that contribute to the social contagion of trans among kids and teens. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, so, okay,
like
so
San Francisco, 40% of the kids are trans or whatever.
No, I don't think that's true. So
I think it's something like that.
Well, 40% of Republican discourse might be about trans people, but I don't think 40% of kids are trans.
No, there are school districts where 40% of the kids say they are not.
There was a YouGov poll where Republicans think that 40% of the population is trans. I think that's what
No,
we're thinking of right now.
No,
That is
there
an
are
actual
some
poll by
school.
YouGov.
I'll look it up. There are some school districts where 40% of the kids, it's not trans. They think they're of the 100, 200, whatever it is things.
I mean, there was
Why
also the
was
story
there
that
a-
spread like wildfire that kids were getting kitty litter boxes in their school that came from like a Joe Rogan episode that,
That
was
was
completely
a
fake as well.
fake story.
Completely fake.
But why has there been a 4,000% increase in girls identifying as trans?
Yeah, there's no doubt this is. Are you denying that if you turn mainstream television on, you're just hammered? Like everybody hates a Coca-Cola ad or a Chevy ad or whatever you're being hammered with. You look at any mainstream culture, it's trans. I mean, are we denying that?
I don't even know what we're talking about right now. Are we moving to trans issues now? I thought we were talking about social media and how to like moderate
No, but
social
I
media.
mean,
Now we're talking about
what-
algorithms.
what
I think
the
there's a lot of interesting.
corporations
Well, no,
want-
I think this is important, okay? Because I notice that when these panels happen, you guys never actually say anything. We move from crazy topic to crazy topic to crazy topic. I think there's a really fascinating and interesting discussion that can happen about algorithms. So, for instance, you guys earlier were being critical that algorithms radicalize people. Well, is it the job of a social media platform to put content in front of you that you might not want to watch? If somebody watches a video by the Young Turks, are you saying that the next video that should be recommended should be like a Tucker Carlson video? Like, you guys throw a lot of
That would
criticisms out
actually
about
be
these
really
companies.
wild.
No,
you guys,
what you
you
say
throw a
is
lot of
true.
criticisms
Cool.
out about these companies, but then
What you
at the
say
end of the
is
day, you're not
true.
really like saying anything. And then we just move from like sensationalist topic to sensationalist topic, and
No.
now we're talking about 40% of the population is trans.
But the
Like,
this is not that hard to understand. So don't make it sound like we're talking crazy here. This is pretty simple. if I, as the consumer, have an easier access to certain types of content because that content aligns with the political philosophies of the executive team of that platform, that's a problem. That is what I'm trying to say. So I do not have a fundamental issue with algorithms. For example, I think that as long as the consumer can choose to turn on or off those algorithms, that's okay. The problem is when I have recommended content based on political philosophy that I did not choose because the things that I agree with are being purposely suppressed. That's what I have a problem
I
with.
understand what you're saying, but the issue is that for a long time, I don't even know if Twitter does it, they gave consumers an option. Do you want the tailored feed or do you want the chronological one? I believe when Elon bought Twitter, he brought back the chronological one. Nobody wants that. Consumers don't want the ability to look. That's great if there's a few people in the
How do you
audience
know
who-
that?
but
What's the
consumers-
data proving that?
I wanted the
What data is proving that? Because that was just
For
rolled
real.
out, right?
What?
So
I
how do we
liked
know
that.
that's true? Because I just want to ask you if you could clarify. How do we know people don't want
Because
that? Because
given the opportunity to
I personally use it. I like it, and I haven't seen any data released
I like it
highlighting
too.
that argument.
I mean, the data is that every company is moving in this direction because
No,
it's
no,
getting
no.
people
Okay,
to
we
Every
can
engage
talk,
with
let me
the
say
data at a
one
higher
thing.
level.
You,
Yes.
you can talk
Not
about
true.
algorithms all day, but then there was the pre-programmed lie with COVID government corporate disinformation on every channel the last 3 years. What I don't want, algorithms are one thing, but I don't want a force-fed corporate big pharma lie put in all the tops of the feeds. That's the algorithm I don't want. It's not even an algorithm. It's we're going to force this down your throat.
I'm going to answer your question, Stephen. I think it's a good one. I think that private companies, if they spin up a social network, have the right to show you whatever algorithm they want. If they want to show you dog dicks all day, even when you search for women, even when you search for cartoons, they show you dog dicks. It's their company. They can do whatever they want. But when a company gets to the size of acting in the commons, it takes on another meaning. And then the code, at that point, I think they can still show you whatever they want, but that code needs to be free so I can spin up my own version of the site. And if people hate their algorithm, they're going to start using my awesome technology that's now publicly available, and then it'll become
I agree. And by the way, I love how your coat matches his hair.
Thank you so much. It'll become a marketplace of terms of service and a marketplace of algorithms instead of marketplace of who owns the code.
The sketchy thing that platforms do, specifically big tech, is they change the defaults. So people are put into the algorithms when, and what that does, which hurts creators, is that it takes away people's organic reach. So when they make the algorithms default, that's when creator reach goes down drastically. You spend 10 years on Facebook to get 100,000 followers, and then suddenly you're only getting 3% reach because they decided to change the default.
And then the corporate media has an unfair advantage in that situation, which is absolutely unfair to independent media creators, which needs to be called out. It's all because of their algorithm. And when it comes to the algorithm, if it was free-flowing, if people were allowed to see what they wanted to see, I can make that understanding that, hey, maybe we could have a radicalization discussion then. But when it's curated, when it's manipulated, when we know that they could even control our emotions to the point of fine-tuning this, they could also run many kind of different operations, many different psyops, and they can mess with you in many different ways.
I'm not a tech guy, but that's why every few days I delete my history just so I get the new stuff. Like, I'm not a tech guy. Isn't that what you do? You just delete the history, and then you get the new
It's a little
stuff?
bit more sophisticated than that, but
What about the guy? Wasn't
Well,
there
when I
like a
delete the
guy
history,
who-
I suddenly get new feeds.
I do that on YouPorn.
You guys give it up for our panel and our
Jack
special
Harris.
surprise guest, Mr. Alex
Been
Jones.
an hour already?
That's amazing. I have to jump in here because we have so many people excited to talk to you guys and ask questions. We have like at least 12 people, maybe a baker's dozen of people in line. So you guys be very concise. No life stories. Just get to your questions so we can try and get everybody and speak closer to the microphone than you think you have to.
You got it. Okay. So going back to the beginning of the conversation, since it's been proven that foreign nations like Russia use Twitter and other social media to push disinformation, use bots, stuff like that, is the U.S. government not allowed to even request hey, we found these things that we think might be bots? Is that going too far, or should they just allow all of that to happen and potentially undermine democracy?
There was a situation where a certain a bunch of bots were identified by a third party, and it turned out that those bots were mostly just American citizens. So I think there's a concern in that identification process that it has to actually be accurate, and you can't just base it on somebody's biases. But I'd love to hear what other people think about that.
You're asking if it's ethical for the government to go in and ban what they consider bots on a social network? Is that the question?
specifically like foreign interference.
Again, the government make recommendations to social media platforms. So, for instance, in the Twitter files, the government made huge recommendations to Twitter where they said, we think that these accounts are foreign disinformation. I think because they said they followed like 2 or more Chinese diplomats, but they had no tweets. And then Twitter overviewed a lot of these accounts. They said, we don't agree, and they didn't ban them. That would be an example of like a request that the government might make, or making something aware of a tech company, to a tech company.
Maybe I think the word foreign might be a little vague. You know, it might
Foreign as in not American, not of this
yeah,
country.
because if I'm in Ohio but I'm chatting with someone in the UK, am I all of a sudden a foreign compliant? You know, so I really I don't know. I don't like the government. I don't like some central authority shutting down what they don't like and using. Man, this is a fucking challenging environment. I can't answer this on my own.
Do you know what's interesting is I had brought this to talk about because I wanted to bring Tolstoy to talk about censorship, and Tolstoy talks about how when he was writing this book, What is Art? Because I'm a dork. Anyway, when he was writing this book, the publisher came to him and said, "Can we just change this a little bit? And can we just change that a little bit?" And then it went to the government censorship office and all of this, and he says that eventually a book appeared under his name containing thoughts attributed to him which are not mine. And I think that that's something that we have to be concerned about when we have an environment of censorship and when we have a culture that encourages self-censorship. Because as soon as you have any kind of censorship higher up, it trickles down and people start censoring themselves. And self-censorship is censorship, and we should look out for that and not let it happen.
Agreed.
Go to the next one.
We're going to jump in for the
Yeah,
next
keep
question.
going.
I have a quote-unquote conservative family member in the federal judiciary to whom I have posed the argument of publisher versus platform. They have argued that forcing the speech on these corporations is the limitation of the corporation's speech. How do we convince the neocon conservatives that the corporations are not working in the best interests of the population and that monopolies held by these corporations are infringing on the personal liberties, not allowing competition, especially when it is these people who are being tasked with protecting those liberties? Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a great question. The neocons want total power. They follow a Professor Strauss. So they basically love Hitler. So they know they're running over us. They're bad people. They want control. And so, yeah, we keep thinking like, oh, the system wants to work with us. You know, they want to be nice. They're trying to be liberal. No, the globalists are fascists that hide behind a liberal veil, folks. And they want total control. Free speech is the answer to them.
One way you can look at it is corporate free speech is not about who they let say what, because they can control that legally. It's about the code they use. Their speech is their code. For these networks, social networks that we're talking about, that's the way they're communicating with us. So that should be free. And if that's free, then I think the problem solves itself.
Go for it.
Okay.
Exactly. Freedom is the answer. It will dispel, it will discredit. The billions of people online will see the lie. We will deal with it. We don't need some overlord doing it. That always goes wrong.
I'm going to try to touch on three things real quick. Sorry, I've had a couple drinks. So with the Hunter Biden laptop situation, I am far less concerned about the dick pics and more concerned about the 10% for the big guy, and then Tony Bobulinski coming out and saying that Joe Biden is the big guy. But more concerning for that is the fact that I don't think that same level of censorship would have been applied if it had been Donald Trump's kid doing the same things.
Yep.
When it comes to algorithms, I'm very wary of algorithms, but I think the best way to go forward is sort of an informed consent model. Like if I'm going to be subject to an algorithm, I think I should at least know that I'm being fed a certain feed. You know, like whether I'm being shown more right-wing content because I'm watching right-wing stuff or if I'm being shown more left-wing content. Either way, I think the company should be able to do what they want. I was wondering what you guys felt about that as far as trying to balance.
Like you think they should be transparent in telling you what it is that the algorithm is that it's feeding you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. What do you think, Ian?
Yeah.
Or Michael,
Well,
go ahead.
I was thinking about TV commercials, and if they had to say every 3 hours we're going to show you a gummy bear commercial, they don't have to tell us that. They just feed us this subliminal thing at the impulses that they want. No one's ever raised a bat in an eye.
There was a rule, though. There used to be this rule on network television that you had to give equal time to both political candidates.
The fairness doctrine.
Yeah, we used to have that.
Well, here's the deal, folks. We can sit here and debate all this, and I think it's kind of rearranging deck chairs in the Titanic. I already knew this because when Obama left office, and he was just a puppet of the deep state, they put $2 billion into the Countering Foreign Disinformation and Propaganda Act, and then suddenly, months later, they're having congressional hearings in the Defense Department in the House Armed Services Committee saying, Alex Jones is a Russian agent. We're battling him right now with the CIA. And I'm like watching C-SPAN going, wow, I didn't know I was a Russian agent. Plus, less the CIA's after me. So they've done all this, and now they've got all these dashboards and think tanks and fact checkers and groups that are attacking and censoring and doing this. That needs to stop. Then we can debate the algorithms and free speech all day long. We have, like, Darth Vader literally bombing the living snot out of us. And so we debate all the little nuts and bolts of it. The point is you shouldn't have corporations with big government and think tanks and universities censoring people and then calling it liberal. And again, I love real liberals that love freedom and happiness and all that. These are not liberals. These are the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us of. These are the most cold-blooded corporations in the world that wrap themselves in Black Lives Matter. It's all crap.
I kind of want to hear what Michael Seifert had to say, because I think you're about to explode some knowledge on it.
Well, I don't know about that, but I will say that to the gentleman's point who asked that question, it's why I like to harp on that New York Post story so much. I think it was you, right? Yeah, thank you for the question. And the comment on the New York Post story. It's a huge deal, and if you're just trying to write it off by saying it was just about Hunter Biden's dick pics, it's completely disingenuous. The reality is, if a government can get in bed with a corporate entity to purposely thwart the likelihood of their opposing candidate winning the election, that's a very serious problem. And so it's so much more about the business dealings. And then to elaborate on the point even further, like the big issue here too is that these corporate entities have become hijacked by lobbyists and by their dealings with a government that'll give special favors if they align with them politically. Like we got ours started with our company.
Can we get some examples?
Yeah, I would be happy to. I'd be really happy to. I was about to. Thank you.
Did you watch the congressional hearings the last month?
Yeah.
I want to know for Twitter, what were the special favors given to Twitter?
What?
For the Hunter Biden story, what are the special favors given to Twitter?
What do you mean special
They paid
favors
them like
given to
$6
Twitter?
million.
You just said that there are special favors given to corporations for interacting or cooperating.
Yeah, I was about to give you an example.
Okay, let's hear
During COVID, the businesses that were willing to puppet the messages of the regime were deemed essential, even though they had the same attributes and products and services offered as non-essential businesses, because they might have disagreed with the regime's political views.
And they got major corporate funding.
That is a perfect example of what happens when
Wait,
the
what does that
government...
have to do with Twitter?
The question wasn't about Twitter.
Advertising,
The question
Bill
moved
Gates.
into corporate entities in general,
Okay, so it's
getting
just more
involved in
random
political.
shit over
But
random
there was
shit. over
also,
random
wasn't
shit.
there in the Twitter files?
You're not
wasn't
arguing
there
the point. You're
Yeah,
just
she said
saying it's
something.
random shit when
No,
you
no.
can't
The
defend it.
reason why it's random shit is because all you guys are doing are bringing up random fucking conspiracies.
But
No,
and it's
man.
like every
Bill
time you have
Gates
the opportunity
spent
to
like
talk,
$5 billion
rather
during
than
that.
staying on one topic and talking about one thing and focusing on an actual conversation, it's
This
like,
is like-
here's the deep state,
This is like
here's
those-
essential businesses, and here's trans
You
kids.
said
and that's
give
like the
us.
whole fucking panel.
You
Like, what are we
said
talking
give
about
us
up here?
one
Holy
example,
shit.
Hey,
and he just kicked your ass with examples.
And just transparently, none of what I just said was conspiratorial. It was all very out in the open. Do you all remember certain businesses being called essential and others being non-essential?
That was like churches.
Pfizer spent $10 million on advertising. That's what paid for
All right,
it.
next
remember
question,
how-
next question, next question.
Do you remember how
people here,
wait,
folks? I got another
do you
John
guys do you
in
guys
line.
remember how
You all
casinos and
beat it.
liquor
You just-
stores were
you start
essential
talking
and
this.
churches and schools were
I
not? You
support
guys remember that?
censorship. But I don't trust anyone to do it. That includes Gab, Truth Social, whatever. If open protocols like for news and social media, like Nostr or Blue Sky, succeed, how might this conversation look different? What are we going to be talking about in 5 years when none of these platforms can actually intermediate news and social media?
We're going to be talking about when code says no, disallow all dogs, but what the code is actually doing is transposing some other value for the word dog. And so when you read the code, you're going to see that you're going to think it's doing something about dogs that it's not. So you're going to need to know the language of the sub-language of the language.
Yeah, I think that you're exactly right, because the other thing too is when you censor people, right, and you say these kinds of ideas can't be talked about. What people are going to do is they're going to continue to talk about the ideas, but using different words and different language, and then you're going to have to censor that. Like I remember very distinctly when my son was in kindergarten, I think it was, and the teacher said that you're not allowed to call anybody stupid. And so all the kids were like, okay, we won't call anybody stupid. And they started calling each other silly instead. And then the teacher tried to make them not say the word silly. And they just kept coming up with other words so that they could call each other fucking stupid, you know?
That's
'Cause
what's
that's
great
what
about
the kids
humans is we're not going to be suppressed. Yeah!
All right, next. I guess this is my question. What do you consider the ethical obligations of private companies like Meta for free speech and facilitating public discourse? I mean, I know initially people were talking about, oh, easy, just ban child porn, no problem, that's all we need to do, and then, Meta is terrible, but I guess I'm just kind of curious, like, what in your minds did you consider also like
But that's not what I said. I said it was great free internet we had 5-6 years ago. You ban hack material or people being doxxed. You ban child porn. You ban calls for violence or like open scams and criminal activity. Anything illegal is banned.
Also, you need to learn when to put down the sword. You fight as a corporation metaphorically to gain market traction, and then once you get it, you need to let it go. You need to set it down and let the market take it.
There was actually this really interesting thing that happened recently where, so there was this Trans Day of Violence that was being advocated for on Twitter. And then anybody who reported on the fact that the Trans Day of Violence was being advocated for was banned. Do you remember that? And so, or was it violence or vengeance? I think it was vengeance, not violence. Apologies.
That was vengeance, yeah.
But yeah, I remember Andy No got locked out of Twitter. Marjorie Taylor Greene got locked out of Twitter. ThePostMillennial.com. You should check us out. ThePostMillennial.com/subscribe. You should come check us out. Anyway.
But you're right. They didn't ban the people calling for violence.
They
banned
banned
people
the journalists
reporting
reporting on it and the congresswoman reporting on it. What about that? That's a tough one, right? Because, and what you had was, what's her name, the new head of Twitter Trust and Safety, talking about how anyone who said Trans Day of Vengeance would be banned, even the reporting on it. And I thought that was disingenuous.
Well, I think real quick, I don't think that the issue wasn't that they were trying to ban the reporters. I think the issue is that it was exploding on Twitter, and they were just trying to get rid of like that type of speech on Twitter as quickly as they could.
Yeah,
So they ended up just banning everybody that was like reporting on it.
5,000 accounts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was an intentional, like, if you're talking about this, we're going to ban you. They were just trying to get it off the platform.
So,
and
but
they ended
that's
up
a
catching lot of
situation where it
journalists
would
in
have
the-
been like AI doing that. That wasn't
probably
people doing
was,
it.
yes,
So in that
yeah.
case, it would have been better to have people monitoring that system.
Well, then it's a question of how many people do you want to hire. That's the issue, is that it's really expensive to hire a lot of people to do content moderation.
I know, but still.
Another shout out to the
Necessary.
Minds jury system on this one, because I think that might be the future of moderation online.
All right, I'm getting
Do
prompted
it
to
up.
jump in here, so I'm going to do it. My name is Dave. I'm a crypto anarchist. Destiny, you're not going to like the premise of this question, so you can sit it out. I'd love some substantive answers. But,
Don't censor Destiny.
no,
Don't
I'm
censor
just
Destiny.
saying, you can sit it out. Take a breath, drink some water. So obviously, to the rest of us, government censorship is getting more and more severe. They're making laws like the new Restrict Act, or they're just coercing the hell out of these platforms, dragging all the CEOs up to Capitol Hill and grilling them until they agree, okay, we'll go along with the Atlantic Council, don't shut us down. So a lot of people think that this is just going to keep getting worse, and no matter who we left, right, or center, the agenda continues. It got worse under Obama, it got worse under Trump. It doesn't seem to matter who's in that seat. So as content creators and as people who have built free speech platforms, moderation algorithms and banning are one level, but infrastructure providers killing apps like Parler, whether you're on, AWS or whatever, your server, your .com gets seized or shut down. Blockchains were created specifically as a fuck you to all of that, as a response to authoritarian control. So we have Bitcoin for money. We have a lot of Web3 smart contracts that can create censorship-resistant platforms that can't be shut down, no matter what laws they create. So my question is, instead of just jumping from platform to platform as content creators, as the algorithms squeeze you out, why are we not just jumping right to Web3 blockchain tech? Not only the content and the social graph, but also the servers, the compute, the storage, the domains themselves. All of this tech is available now. Why are we not building aggressively for when we inevitably face the next wave of censorship? Thank you very much.
I mean, we're doing the best we can, but it's still immature a little bit. It's getting there, and I think everyone on this
I think
panel.
you'd be surprised how mature it's.
Oh,
becoming.
trust
I
me.
know
I mean, we're.
I know, Noster, you're killing it.
Yeah. No, yeah. we need to decomplexify it because people just aren't willing to be inconvenienced for freedom. So, baking freedom into the apps is key, but, people are going to stay where they are for now.
Well, and I think part of what we have to do a better job of, because I'm very passionate about this very topic, is messaging it more in a user-friendly manner. Because I think sometimes we get really passionate and excited about the future of Web3, but you have to go where consumers are. And on our platform, the average consumer on the platform is a 37-year-old mom with kids who's incredibly busy. She makes a majority of daily purchases in the household. So if you can get her involved and get her buying into what you're trying to build, you're going to shift the entire economy toward freedom, which is amazing. But the problem is that cohort of people are so busy. That's my wife. She doesn't have time to dive deep into the mechanics of why this is so important. So we have to actually make it accessible and friendly from a messaging perspective. I think we're way far along and very mature, actually, in the functional ability for these platforms to thrive and provide a safe outlet. What we're not mature in is how we're messaging it. And so I think we need to do a much better job of that.
And we don't need the CIA with fact checkers running everything.
This is going to be our last question. Unfortunately, we ran out of time for everyone. There will be a Q&A after the last panel.
All right, first of all, Alex, Luke, please talk more about LeBone on your shows. He is the key. Alex, I'm impressed. You dog, awesome, really good. Specifically, I want to ask Destiny. You spoke earlier about your belief that you think that the left and the right have good faith in their ideas. I posit to you, ideas are themselves possessive. They are not acting on good faith. They are acting on the faith of the ideas, which take hold of you. You act in their service, not the other way around. And so my question to you is, why do you view everything through the lens of the group, only the group, and you approach absolutely everything from that point of view only?
Can you clarify, what do you mean approach everything through the lens of the group? I don't know what you mean by that.
Groupthink,
Well, like if I'm speaking to an individual, I'll try to take the individual for where the individual's at. But if I'm talking about like conservatives or liberals or communists or fascists, I'm gonna have to talk about what the group thinks. It just depends on where the conversation is directed to.
Okay, but my point here is that in each and every one of those topics, those are ideas. Those are ideas that are themselves the issue, not the group. You try and focus on this narrow point, and you get lost in the minutia of all of these things. You sat there and argued about, well, is Twitter really censoring people or are they a private corporation? That's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is the idea itself. It's the ideas that need to be brought forth.
The problem is that the reason why it's important to get into the weeds and to have the very boring conversations to figure out what's actually happening is because ideally, if you're trying to make actionable citizens, if you're trying to get people that are listening to you to do something, and you're not just trying to sell fear or deep state or conspiracies or make money on getting people angry, you should be able to present a clear idea of like what has happened in a particular thing
But it's not a conspiracy.
that people can prevent in the future.
The
So, for
government's
instance,
censoring.
if we think that Twitter has engaged in an action that we disagree with, then the goal would be to try to pressure Twitter to change the policy. If we think that Twitter
but
is
you
controlled
talk about
by
people
the deep
using
state,
terms.
controlled by
You
CIA
talk
and the
about
government and
people
Epstein's
using
Island and all of
terms.
this, what
You
you're
use
essentially telling your
conspiracy. It's
audience is
come
no
out
matter
in
what
Congress
you do, nothing
that
you
the
say
big
makes a
corporations
difference.
and the deep
You
state
can't do
are
anything
censoring
to change
and
anything
controlling.
that's going on. So
You're just saying
the reason why
conspiracy,
I like to focus on
conspiracy. The conspiracy's been proven. Big tech, big banks trying to suppress the people and create a monopoly. You keep using words like conspiracy theorist. Hey, man, people know what's going on.
The only thing you're doing with that type of speech is removing your audience from the voter pool. So, I mean, power to you if you want to talk that way. But at the
Okay,
end
so
of the day,
there were
people
congressional
don't feel like they
hearings
can do anything.
where big
right?
tech is suppressing election knowledge, medical knowledge, all this. It's a conspiracy theory. A little
So what do you want people to
throwaway
do
line.
about it?
He's like, you use words like conspiracy
Alex,
theory.
what do people do about it?
conspiracy theory.
What do you want people to do about it?
I want people to be aware of
No,
what's
no,
going
not
on.
be aware. What do you want people to do about it? You've made them aware. Now, what are they supposed to do?
People.
This is the problem with your
You're not
platform.
letting me talk.
All you're doing. Oh,
You're trying to.
I'm sorry. I thought you were doing
Perry
this for like
Mason
15
moment.
years. I thought you'd
well,
have a quick
hey, if
answer
my
to that. Go ahead.
platform's so weak, why are they trying to ban it?
Yeah, go ahead. What do you
That's
want
right.
people
What
to
are
do?
you gonna do, boy?
What do you want people to do,
I'm
Alex?
gonna wreck the new world order. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
We need freedom of speech, open platforms without government and corporate censorship, and it'll all sort itself out. That's what I'm saying. And it's not a conspiracy theory. The big, powerful corporations and governments get together to censor and control and
empty
protect
platitudes.
themselves. And we fought hard to even get that basic truth out, and we are winning.
The only the problem with people talking over each other is it's like painting two different colors of makeup on your face that you love both of the colors very much, but when you put them on your face, they turn brown. Not that brown's a bad makeup color.
What is that color blue jacket? Is that electric
This
blue?
is electric blue suede, Alex. Nice
Okay, guys, we're gonna
observation.
do a
All right, we're
switch
doing
to
a
it.
little swap because we're pretty much talking about the same stuff for the rest
didn't even
of the
plan it
show.
with your hair, man.
So Carrie, we're gonna do swap out a couple people.
Can we have a round of applause for these guys first? And we're
By the
gonna-
way, Destiny and I are dating. So everybody should know that.
We're gonna
They're
bring
secret
out-
gay lovers. I saw them making out behind the stage. But seriously, Destiny.
He's mad because I heard him earlier.
In all seriousness, thank you for challenging us. Thank you for giving a
No, you made
contrarian
great
point of view,
points. You made great
and thank you for being here and engaging in a conversation. And I just want to say I appreciate it, and I want to thank you for doing so.
Here's the Destiny.
So I think Alex Jones is going to stay here with us for a little bit. Hopefully, we're going to bring up our next panelist, Brian Callen, who is a stand-up comedian, actor, writer, and the co-host of the Fighter and the Kid podcast. Please welcome Brian.
I'll stay. Let me go check on my wife.
Is Jack Posobiec here? Okay. We're also going to bring up Adam Kandub, who's a law professor at Michigan State. He writes extensively on Section 230, and his articles have been cited by the U.S. Supreme Court. Please welcome Adam. Adam. And then our final panelist coming to the stage is a veteran Navy intelligence officer, a China analyst, and the senior editor at Human Events. Please welcome Jack Posobiec. We are going to continue the conversation about the Twitter files.
So I'm excited to have an actual attorney sitting next to us who knows he's a free speech lawyer. I mean, we need to. Have you noticed any total BS that has come out on stage so far, Adam?
Well, I guess yes is the answer. Although I'm still trying to get my mind around the idea of inviting a lawyer to a comedy club. But okay, I'll go with that. But yeah, there's been I think, as law professors would pompously say, much confusion in some of the areas of the law, and maybe we could talk about it.
So what specifically?
Well, let's start with the Twitter files. So, Twitter is a private company. It can do as it wishes. But when it acts at the behest of government, as the Supreme Court, exactly, and when it acts at the behest of government, when it does, as the Supreme Court says, government cannot do through a private individual what it cannot do itself. And that's what we're having. The idea that that the government just goes to Twitter and says, oh, by the way, would you mind banning this? And they look at it like that request, like it came from you. That's not what's happening. The Twitter files show that almost half of the government requests for censorship result in action by Twitter. That's not a private entity. That's government censorship. And I think that's obvious. And that's not just me. In fact, a federal court in the state of Louisiana, in a lawsuit by the state of Louisiana and Missouri, alleging that Twitter was a state actor, has pretty much said that they made the prima facie case and is allowing the question to go to trial. So, whether it is true, we will find out. But the fact that it's dismissible or absurd is wrong. I mean, it's legally wrong.
Okay, so it's not dismissible and it's not absurd. The question is it happening? That's, I think, what we want to demonstrate, and I think that's what the Twitter files have over and over again failed to demonstrate, is the government making, not just any request, but is the government making an inappropriate request to censor something off of Twitter that it shouldn't be doing? And I don't believe that was ever demonstrated. You can't just say that every request for censorship is illegal. For instance, I'm sure you would agree, if the government were to bring to Twitter's attention illegal activity that's happening on Twitter, they are fully within their rights to make that request, and Twitter is fully within their rights to take that content down should they deem necessary.
Yes, but this whole thing reminds me of this story of Henry Plantagenet, Henry II, and Thomas Becket. If anyone remembers it,
Man
Henry's-
for all seasons.
Yeah, that's right. No, actually, it's a few generation before, but close enough. It's Murder in the Cathedral. Any
Murder in
case,
the
yeah,
Cathedral,
okay, yeah. But Henry II was surrounded by his highly armed barons, and he got an argument with Thomas Becket, and he said, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest?" Knowing that his highly armed barons were all around there, and what did the barons do? It's like, well, this is a government request. Let's march down to Canterbury and assassinate Thomas Becket. Now, was it government speech when Henry II said, "Will no one rid me of this turbulent priest"? Of course it was. And similarly, I worked in D.C. I was Assistant Secretary of Commerce for the National Telecommunications and Information Authority. I could see how pressure is brought by government to get certain actions done in the private sector, and we have to be blind not to see that.
Sure, but so if we have to be blind not to see it, it should be easy to point it out. So for instance, Twitter adhered to, I believe it was less than 40% of the requests that the government made for accounts getting taken down. For the ones that they didn't follow through on, was there repercussion for it? Were they actually being pressured? Did any of the internal emails make Twitter seem like they were worried about what the response would be from the government if they didn't follow through on any of those requests? Because I didn't see a single instance of any of this. Was there?
Well, there are two responses. First of all, government doesn't have to give you a specific threat to make you feel afraid of it. I mean, as Ronald Reagan says, what's the most scary sentence you can ever hear? I'm from the government. I'm here to help. So, I think the idea that you have to say, Twitter was going, the government was going to go and, imprison Jack Dorsey or make him take out his nose earring if he didn't censor these people. That's not the way it works. The way it works is I think generalized threats are good enough. And the point is, the way the government works,
Were there threats is the question. I didn't see any of that.
Well,
right, so that would, what I think is significant is that the government, Twitter didn't follow the rules it didn't think it needed to, or at least didn't agree with. So it still had that freedom, but the question is, did government actually make a threat, right? So if there's a law enforcement issue, you can see how they'd come in and say, hey, there might be some false information that could lead to people getting killed. Who knows? Maybe this minority over here is thinking about what they did with the Rohingya. I think there was some examples on Facebook. But I don't think the government would be. You couldn't point to probably any threats, could you? Am I wrong about that?
Well, I think you could. When I talk to industry in that position, think of all the things the government can do to these companies. They can change their preferred tax status. They can change their Section 230 special status. They can, what's that? Yeah,
but
a little bit.
But they didn't do any of that, though,
Well,
right?
actually, they threatened to at times.
Well, yeah, but the Section 230 threats all come from Republicans.
No, Biden often talks about how we need to clean up the internet and they have to do more. It's a constant refrain from the Democrats is that
Having
the
to
social
do
media-
more. Hold on. Having to do more to clean up the internet is far different than threatening Section 230, which I've heard repeated multiple times by multiple Republican lawmakers. I believe Trump himself has talked about Section 230. That is a huge conservative talking point. I think Jack over here has probably even talked about Section 230. That's definitely a conservative talking point.
It is, but the Democrats talk about it just as much, and they often talk about imposing all sorts of hates, and they have hate, as they have in California, as they have in New York, hate speech laws against social media companies.
Wait, there are hate speech laws in the United States of America?
Yeah, one was just declared unconstitutional in New York State, and one is.
So they're trying to pass them, but there are. I don't. My understanding.
They are passed.
So you're telling me that if I go to New York or some state and I tweet out like a racial slur, I can actually get criminal action against me?
No, the way the statute worked is that it required the platforms to keep track of hate speech, whatever that means, didn't really define it, and create lists of people who are producing hateful speech and have that available and disclose it. So essentially it was sort of a forced auto-doxing by these platforms. And that's what the Democrats do. And so, you can't sort of say, the Democrats aren't going to hurt the social media companies. They do, and they have.
These are the ones, if I remember correctly, it's California and New York,
and then Minds, and I think Tim Pool actually has Luke's
And
or
Babylon
Ian or
Bee.
here
Yeah, we just
would
sued
remember, or-
the state of California.
Right.
Because
Are actually in
they-
the lawsuit on this law, right?
It's the path towards direct hate speech laws. They're basically requiring social media companies to have specific policies about these clearly charged topics: misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, extremism, and radicalization. None of them are actually defined, and this is currently passed in California. So it's a step in the direction of actually getting fined for hate speech.
So returning to the original part for Twitter, okay? So a lot of times we say things like it's nuanced, it's complicated. However, you're a lawyer, so I want you to break this down for us. I really want to know, when you talk about how there's this idea of a generalized threat from the government to Twitter that was prompting Twitter to act, why did we not see any of that in the emails? No concern for lack of ability to act on a government request. Why did we not see any type of even implicit repercussion for Twitter not following through on banning accounts that the government would highlight as problematic?
Well, that's not true at all, though. You do see that in the Twitter files.
Where?
You see that in the people who are responding to Yoel Roth that are currently working for the Biden administration in the NSC, and the other one, she's, I think Buttigieg's like policy advisor at Secretary of Transportation. Specifically, when they were talking about things like the Hamilton 68 files, when they were saying, when Yoel Roth was saying, look, this Hamilton 68, to your point, was saying that this was just a bunch of BS. We don't think these are Russian actors. We think these are just conservatives. But there were people internally at Twitter saying that so Yoel Roth wanted to put out a statement pushing back on the Hamilton 68. This is in that, I don't know, tranche, you could say, I guess. And there were people at Twitter that were saying we need to think of the bigger picture. They were making statements like we need to be careful how we go back with this. They were worried about pushing back.
I think they were. And also, if I could just interrupt here, government action is not shown not simply by threats, but as the courts of appeals have said, coordinated action. And I think that gets to Jack's point. We have a situation where those social media companies, they are filled with personnel who do this revolving door between the social media companies and the security states, or in those weird nonprofit organizations that play this weird intermediate role. And so, they are coordinating this action. And yeah, I mean, if I were an aspiring member of this like weird group that's censoring the internet, I wouldn't put it in an email. They're smart enough not to know.
Okay, and I love that you said that. So then we agree the Twitter file showed nothing because it wouldn't have shown up in an email then. But that's a markedly different statement than the Twitter file showed us that the censorship existed.
No, that's not true. I mean, something can show something explicitly and something can be shown implicitly.
There wasn't anything
that's how
shown
it works.
implicitly, though. That's the issue. There was nothing there.
There was. I mean, if I went to Twitter and I said remove 10 posts and none of them will be removed, and the government went and almost half of them did, I think that that's something there.
But the good faith question that I find nobody does here is what posts were removed and why.
The Hunter Biden laptop.
The Hunter Biden laptop story. Yeah, we do this one. The Hunter Biden
The
laptop
Hunter
story.
laptop, which I have right here as a hard drive.
The Hunter Biden laptop story was not removed at the behest of the government, though.
Yoel Roth stated.
Yoel Roth testified 3 times in Congress
federal
that
testimony
no
that he
reference ever
said-
was made to the Hunter Biden laptop.
I will read Destiny. I will read it for
3
you.
times
if
in
I
front of
have
You're
to.
right.
Bring it
Hunter
up on
Biden's a
YouTube.
great guy.
I will read
Biden's
it
not
for
a
you
Chinese
if I have
agent.
to.
Everything's fine.
Here we go. Here we go.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker.
And it's very simple.
Like I'm back in 2016.
Very,
We can
very
scream if you want.
simple.
It's fun. That's all good.
It's very simple. I'll pull it up on Twitter.
Hey, I was just up there hanging out with your wife. She's a nice lady.
Jesus Christ. We're really what?
No, that was your wife.
Are we allowed to pull people up from the
No,
audience?
my
for
wife
this?
was hanging out with her too. No, I mean,
Well, I was hanging out with her first.
that's right. Jack already hung out with him, and then I was there. That's always better, like to be like third
I
or
appreciate
fourth.
you stalling while I could look this up.
No, seriously, your wife's a really nice lady.
Yeah,
You're a
I
nice
wish
person.
we were here tonight, but she's not. She's fine with the kids. So he talks about this is the FEC statement that he made December of 2020 after being sued by the RNC, and the RNC sued, and they said the takedown of this laptop, which I think, can we all at least agree that was censorship, right?
Of course.
Right?
It was
Censorship
election meddling.
that enabled an election interference, information that was prevented from being received by the American people.
That the
stories
FBI knew
about
was
this.
real.
So here's what Yoel Roth said. During weekly meetings with federal law enforcement agencies, he specifically mentions the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and industry peers. They communicated they expected hack and leak operations by state actors might occur in the period shortly before the 2020 presidential election, likely in October. I was told that the intelligence community expected that the individuals associated with political campaigns would be subject to hacking and disseminated over social media platforms, including Twitter. And I also learned in these meetings that the rumors that a hack and leak operation would involve Hunter Biden. And then it just goes through and says there.
That's true. However, later on under oath, he clarified that that exact statement
Which
came
is
from
perjury, and he should go to jail
no,
for that.
That's not perjury.
That's perjury.
He gave that quote.
Hey,
he said
America
No,
didn't
I'm with
sell
you.
out to
He
China.
definitely perjured himself.
Destiny's right. We didn't sell out to China. Everything's fine. We're all going to buy our electric vehicles from them and our solar panels. We've been screwed by the globalists in China.
Let him rebut. Let him rebut, please.
China.
Alex, calm
China.
down.
China.
China. Calm down, Alex. Thank you for your vote.
I went to Xi Jinping. He gave
Destiny.
me hundreds of billions of dollars.
Destiny has a rebuttal, please.
Later on under oath, Yoel Roth clarified that any references made to Hunter Biden were from other social media representatives. It did not come from the government. There was
He
never.
says right
there was
here that it
never.
came
yeah,
from-
There's
I understand
audio
you have that
recordings with
one
Hunter
quote.
going,
I
I work with the head of Chinese intelligence, Dad. They arrested me. What are we going to do?
That's a bad Hunter Biden impersonation.
Okay.
He's got more soda in his voice.
Destiny's
Hunter
right.
Biden impersonation.
Hunter
I have a
Biden
crack pipe
laptop
here
is
right now,
not
so-
real, folks.
I don't see any crack pipe stains
Yeah.
on your fingers. Now, I have a question, because I'm more of a novice with this stuff. You guys get
But
deep
I mean,
in the weeds.
he says it straight up in this testimony.
And the
He
point is-
clarifies 3 times under oath later on that the request did not come from the government. It did not. There was not a specific request
it says
from
right-
the
it
government.
says right
I understand
here.
you can read that one quote all you want,
The-
but
the
3
point
times
is-
later on,
Again,
in
let
front
him
of
talk
Congress,
for a
under
minute.
oath,
This
This is the head
argument
of
is
Twitter.
beside
This
the
is the
point.
guy who censored the election. I think that
as a
quote's
legal
pretty
matter,
important.
this is beside the point. I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to say, oh, if you don't do, 1, 2, 3, and the government's going to punish you, and you have to show that direct threat in order to get government action. That's one way to do it, but you can also show it through coordinated action. And I think anyone looking at the whole gestalt obviously sees that's what's going on if you're fair with the evidence. And that is what a jury is going to determine in a few months in some of the law cases that have been brought against Twitter in the United States government.
I guess the question is, where is the retribution from the government? Like implied or general or whatever. Like, what is it? Like, point to one.
What would the
anything.
retribution be for they committed the censorship? Why would they
but
need
you-
to?
you
But they
can-
didn't. They
The
most of the
FBI
time
called
they
up and
rejected.
said, we want you to suppress this. The Russians created it. It may be fake. And they knew it was real 2 years before. Period. Case closed.
But every administration.
Which actually,
but every
to Alex's
administration-
point, the FBI already had this, so they knew it was real.
You didn't
at
know
the
if
time.
every single person in the FBI or the FBI guy coordinating with Twitter knew that they had that hard drive.
It's a pretty specific
The
request.
FBI liaison to Twitter said it's not real when they knew it was real.
They did not say that to Twitter.
Look,
They said, we believe this is Russian disinformation. You should suppress it.
Yeah, this came out in the Louisiana lawsuit when Elvis Chan was meeting. So Elvis Chan is the FBI agent meeting with Yoel Roth and others, Vijaya Gadde at Twitter and others. They specifically talked about this Hunter Biden hack and leak operation as if it was fake information, yet he testified that he knew that the FBI at the time had recovered in 2019 the actual, and still we presume they still have custody of the actual laptop that was left in Delaware.
And what amazes me is the way the liberals have changed on this. I mean, when I grew up, no self-respecting Democrat or liberal would be comfortable if the CIA and they didn't have Homeland Security there, but wherever government officials were sitting with the New York Times editorial board and telling them what stories to cover. No liberal. I grew up in a very liberal environment. They would be horrified.
flip out.
They would flip out. Now, however, they're like, yeah, let's go do it. Oh, simply because there wasn't a death threat from DNI or CISA.
But you did have administrations like Lyndon Johnson calling the Chicago Sun, et cetera, and telling them to hold on to stories.
Yeah,
We've-
they did, and
right.
people criticized it.
I
They thought it
understand,
was
but-
wrong.
but it was-
And what has
but it's
happened to
always
the
gone
left
on, right?
that no one says it's wrong anymore? That's the problem.
Well, I mean, every administration has done their best to try to manipulate the press to their end.
Yes,
So
exactly.
my question is, it seems to me that this is an economy of influence. So if you have social media companies, just like if you have media companies in general, whoever's in power is going to do their best to get an angle and make sure that they're covered favorably versus
But
unfavorably.
they've got an angle of the 800-pound gorilla where they're dominating all
But
the
how do you
discourse.
avoid that? We've never been able to avoid that. I'm wondering if you're going to have these private companies and they're going to sway one way or another, right? If it seems to be that most of the young people at Google and these companies tend to lean, let's just say, left in general, right?
98%.
It's hard. It's very difficult to then change that with a law.
So
right?
just let the
actually,
public
what would
see
you
it
say?
all.
Right. so
Let
what-
us decide.
Actually, there is
All
a
right.
law.
Okay.
It was passed by the great state of Texas. Thank you very much. HB 20, which prohibits viewpoint discrimination by the social media companies. So that means that they can't kick people off because you're Republican or you have political views that
That's fair.
Jack Dorsey says, and that's fair.
Well,
It's the same rule that applies to this. Comedy club,
Right.
Yeah, right. They can't kick you out because you're black or you're Jewish or you're gay. And the same way, social media companies shouldn't be able to kick you out because you're Republican.
And this is a key difference because what you mentioned was newspapers, right? But a social media company is not a newspaper. It is fundamentally different. A newspaper has an editor, they have reporters, they have people who are deciding, and some sort of hierarchical process determining
They're a
okay, what should be on
utility
the front
under law.
page. But a social media company is closer to a communications platform. So it's closer to you using, I would argue, and this is more, I guess, philosophical than legal, but I would argue it's closer to you picking up your cell phone and calling somebody, or I guess
It's a
texting
utility.
somebody.
Right,
So the social media company
that's a good
comes
point
more
because
than that.
because one of the defenses I've heard even from the right is the idea that Twitter was a private company and it wasn't the public square, even though it was treated that way. So that would be an effective defense, it seems. I don't agree. I think that they did seem to have a bias, but for the most part, they could still claim they're a private company. That algorithm was created by someone like Jack Dorsey, whoever.
But they were being directed by government consortiums and secret think tanks on dashboards on what to censor. That is government corporate collusion. That is fascism by definition.
Right, and then so the question before us is, we can go back and forth all day about, did they break specific laws? Did they violate the First Amendment? Some people would argue yes, some people might disagree because you don't see it in the specific email. Got it, cool. But the bigger question, I think, going forward is, okay, we can't put the genie back in the bottle of social media or whatever comes next in terms of social intercommunication, right? We're gonna have, VR is probably the next level, Oculus, all of the metaverse, all these different things. So we've got to come up with some way as a society, right? If we want to have individual liberty, if we want to have freedom, if you want to continue to have freedom of speech, and by the way, especially in the weeks right before a major presidential election, right? So it's also the repercussions here. This isn't like, somebody posted, like Alex Jones posted a meme and he got banned for 12 hours. This is actual information that was prevented from getting to the American people.
But the biggest problem, I think, is not. I think it's taken care of itself. There are Rumble and all these different platforms are coming up, Minds. But my worry is that no one can agree on a fixed point of truth. Nobody can agree even on the sources.
So
that
why
you get
should
your
we?
Information. Sorry?
So why should we?
Right. I mean, it's like
I couldn't.
That's why the
saying
Wild
why
Wild West is
should
what we
we?
want.
Well, I worry though that we can't. It's very difficult to even agree on what the truth is. So if I were to say, well, here's what I think, and then you said, where'd you get that? I'd say, well, Fox News, and you'd stop me, you'd cut me off at the knee. Somebody would say, that's bullshit because they lie across the board.
Right.
And then we can't even actually have a dialogue. And that's what I think is the biggest worry. That it seems to me that there doesn't seem to be, we for the first time in history, information is so atomized, and we have been able to purify our echo chambers. And so it's very easy to surround myself with people that agree with me. And pretty soon I start thinking that is the only truth.
Well,
And I don't know how to get out of
From
that.
all the,
That's what I think
all
is
the
crazy.
congressional hearings and all the evidence, populist conservatives, classic Americans, classical liberals are under attack, are being censored, are being targeted, are being debanked, are being harassed. So we know that the establishment has wrapped itself in a liberal garb. It has nothing to do with what they're actually doing. And they are attacking and censoring and surveilling. Because it's not just censoring. To censor, you've got to surveil. And we have the documents. We know there's been a huge campaign of suppressing populist voices that are against the establishment Washington global consensus. So let's just not lie about that. And if the pendulum starts swinging back and the right wing becomes authoritarian, like George W. Bush, I'll be against it like I was then. But right now, the big corporations posing as liberals are kicking our ass and are surveilling us and censoring us and controlling us. And we just need to get down to brass tacks and say, go back to the Wild Wild West, let the public make their own decisions, turn off all the controls other than going after criminals. That's the only answer.
Stephen, I know it might not be as much fun if you agreed or were against the Twitter files, but like, are you or were against? Like, are you actually okay with what was happening with the government in Twitter?
Well, I think that's the interesting question, is nobody seems to know what the government was doing. It seems like everybody thinks that like the government was there to try to censor bad media about political opponents of Donald Trump, and that was the whole point. The real answer, I think, is that post-2016, I think there is a huge scare that online platforms are being used, especially by foreign adversaries that are misrepresenting themselves to try to change the public discourse. So the question is should our intelligence agencies be involved in any size, shape, or form in alerting social media to these things? And I think that's an interesting question. I think that there's room for communication there. There probably needs to be a lot of transparency. I know before Elon acquired Twitter, they would, for instance, they'd post a report at the end of the year showing how many government requests they got or how many they fulfilled, the percentage that they fulfilled. But I don't think the idea that the government can't communicate whatsoever or give any sort of heads up whatsoever to companies is the answer. I don't think it's very realistic. And I think there's probably ways to do that.
Let me just say this. Prior to Elon taking over, anybody knew you tried to post a medical doctor criticizing shots, you got banned. You tried to post somebody questioning an election result, whether they're right or wrong, they're banned. You try to question, you show a video of an open border, you're banned. Everybody experienced being banned. So you can gaslight people all day. They know they got suppressed for what they saw and what they did, and that's not fair. We should be able to watch all of it and decide what's real, what's fake. I'm not worried about deep fakes. Anybody can watch something and say, that's not Joe Rogan saying that. That's a deep fake. And if an idiot gets full bite, that's fine. The control over arbitrating what's real and what's not is what we should really worry about.
Yeah, and also, if I could just say, this is not just politics. I mean, to me, one of the things that's been motivating is what happened to people like Jay Bhattacharya and Kulldorff at Harvard, who were great epidemiologists who were censored by the social media companies because they had a different point of view about COVID, and they turned out to be right about the.
But Adam,
turned out to be right.
They turned out to be right.
Adam,
They weren't just censored; they were right.
Adam, speaking to what Destiny just said, like, where do you see any wiggle room for the government to reach out?
I don't think the government has a business in our speech unless it's a crime.
So, look, you go to D.C. and you have all these people from the intelligence agencies talking about there's misinformation and disinformation, and I was once corrected confusing the two.
They're the worst purveyors.
Right, and the point is, the cure is, as always, it's more information.
Buy my pillow. Did you know Jack Posobiec secretly married Mike Lindell 2 years ago in Las Vegas?
Alex, I told you that in confidence. You said you would be our witness if I paid you off.
The difference is I'm marrying him. He's mine.
I saw him first. It was that mustache. It began with that dang mustache.
It's a
He's up at
sexy.
the bar there. You could talk to him if you'd like. So.
Mike Lindell's up there?
Exactly. No, don't get too excited.
Oh my God. Is Mike Lindell really here tonight?
He's been drinking some Bud Light, folks.
Sorry about that.
He's entertaining as hell. We need to get him down here. No, Jack and I battle over Mike Lindell. He was married to him for a month, me for a month. It's like a...
We're joint custody.
We're having a child. It was Super Mario Brothers.
Stephen, but about the coordinated action that Adam is discussing, I feel like that term hasn't really come up, and like that is a new phrase that I haven't heard you address.
I think what's happening is we're in a new era where there's a lot of information. There's huge platforms that have huge levers on American society for control over our elections, right? The information that propagates on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter is affecting a lot of people. There's a lot of people that watch it. There's a lot of people that make decisions based off of it. And I think social media platforms are trying to navigate this really difficult terrain of figuring out how much responsibility they feel they have to that public discourse. But I mean, the conversation is infinitely shitted up with the fake request for the Hunter Biden laptop that didn't happen, or the
the
censoring
Hunter
Republicans or
Biden's
whatever.
fake.
It's on the
So we
FEC
never,
Conspiracy,
we never
not
actually
election
have,
meddling.
We
He
never
just,
actually
these
get to have.
throwaway lines. Oh, it's fake.
I'd be happy
the
to
fake
share you the link,
request for
man.
Hunter
It's-
Biden's
it's
laptop.
still on
Dude, you
FEC.com.
never bring
It's
the
right
goods.
there.
You just have a throwaway line and claim we're not giving it. It's
Sure,
real.
okay, so
it's on
sure,
record.
The goods
it's criminal.
sure. So the goods are that Elvis Chan, who was Yoel Roth's contact at the FBI, did not know that the FBI even had that laptop until the story broke, which he also testified in front of Congress about. He also testified in front of Congress that he did not, I can read you the quotes if you want the testimony, that he never brought up Hunter Biden.
So we're
to
not
Yoel Roth.
sold out to China. Everything's fine, folks. Go
So what
home,
you're
go
saying
sleep.
is he was lying. So
Everything's
they
fine.
equivocated.
It's not lying. You're reading one quote and you're trying to read it in a certain way. If we
No,
look
you're
at
right.
the email, we can look at the emails for Twitter and we can look at the conversations that they were having internally over whether they should have censored that story or not. None
Joe
of them were
Biden
saying.
gets
But,
up
none
on
of
you're
them were
putting the
saying.
onus. You're
and
putting the
says,
onus
I told
on
the
us.
prosecutor.
Wait, Alex. So what I'm saying is, the onus should be on the people who did the censoring, not the people who are upset about it.
Wait,
they
the
are
onus
the
by
ones
who? It's a private company.
by Twitter and the FBI. The onus should be on them to explain their actions to the American people. And you and I have just gone back and forth
Wait, should
here.
every moderation action that a public that a private platform takes, do they owe the public an explanation on all of that?
No, I actually agree.
Why
Hunter
not?
Biden for president.
Wait, hold on. I mean, here's a really important question.
Well, actually,
Is it
no.
possible?
In all seriousness, when you sign your terms of service to any platform, that is binding. And if you change your laws, and the courts found this out in the Alex Berenson lawsuit when they came up with the COVID strikes, and that was the policy. So they didn't follow their own policy.
In general, Section 230 protects them. Berenson was very lucky. But-
He got lucky,
so,
I know,
yeah,
but the
exactly.
judge gave it. The
Yeah.
judge was able to hand it to him by
exactly.
saying that because they didn't follow their own policy, which he had agreed to, and just banned him outright because they felt like it, that they had actually broken their agreement with the user. So yes, they do owe it to the users.
But if I was Twitter, or if I was, my concern actually, as somebody who's a free speech advocate, I do think that we are in a unique time in history where these platforms allow information to diffuse so quickly. And you could plant a fake story, if you were smart enough, that could potentially turn people off to
Like
voting for a
President Trump
candidate.
lost
You mean like what the media does to Trump
But
every week?
that is an issue, right? So if that's an issue, how do we avoid that? Well, we can go back and forth about, whether or not
Having that governor on it is more dangerous.
Don't
than
interrupt,
that.
Brian.
Let the public figure it out. Listen, they censored Trump. Since when has a U.S. president been censored off a platform for no reason?
But you agree,
they have
but Alex,
dictators on
but
there.
Alex, you
but they
agree?
take Trump off.
You would agree, though, it is possible to float. Somebody who's creative enough can float a sensational story that all of us would go, what? And then change our vote.
No,
and then
I
we
agree.
find
So
out
we
it's
need
lying.
the CIA to protect us.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that is an issue, though.
So
right?
I'm old
Yes or
enough. When I was going to the supermarket with my mom, there were all of these things called the National Enquirer and the Daily Globe with these absurd sensational
Right,
stories.
right, that's
You know,
true.
Nancy Reagan is having sex with aliens and is taking over the world.
We would get wise to it. We'd get wise to it, in other words.
Well, and all of the good suburban matrons were going past, looking at them and reading it.
Right.
Now, nobody thought that that was real. No one thought it was a threat to national security. The point is, there are always these fantastic stories about famous people. And it's only when the liberals have the control to shut conservatives down do these become threats to the democracy.
Right.
And that's very dangerous.
Yeah, since when did the left become anti-free speech? Look, this is anti-American. It's antithetical to freedom. It's all a lie.
Well,
People
it's
can-
not just the left
They
that
can
does
confuse
this. I mean,
it all day long. No, I'm against the Republicans putting warnings on songs in the 80s. What the left's done is like the left claims the right wing's banning books. No, they don't want child porn promotion to 5-year-olds. Telling you're not going to give Penthouse magazine to a 7-year-old is not banning Penthouse. It means you don't sell it. Like not selling cigarettes to an 8-year-old is not censoring people to get cigarettes. So the left says, oh, the right wing's banning books. It's the left banning speech and surveilling us and controlling us, and we all know it, and it's allied with the corporate fascist, and it's a fraud. It's that simple.
I actually have a great example for you about that. So, so I know we do a Q&A at a certain point when we get towards the end of the panel, but I'm going to do a Q&A with the audience, right? So Trump said that there was a way that you could cure your own COVID by drinking Okay, you just heard that. Like, almost one guy said chlorine, but everybody else said bleach, right? Did Trump actually say that? No. But the media told you he did. Joe Biden told you he did.
Did he say Mexicans are bad
Did he
people?
ever
No.
once utter the word bleach? No. And so that happens already. I'm sorry? No, what was your comment? Okay, here comes the cope. Here comes the cope. Here comes the cope, guys.
That's a good point, though. It's a good
He
point.
didn't say the word.
He
but,
was
but-
promoting.
but I felt like he said
he was
the
promoting
word.
therapeutics, which we know they suppress vitamin C,
he was
vitamin
talking
D,
about ultraviolet lights.
hydroxychloroquine. They called it horse paste. And all of it was in real studies. Like the big pharma was suppressing real studies. People have a right to see
Right,
that.
so I don't mean to get into the whole efficacy of it, but I just mean everyone in this room knew the answer to my question, and it was fake. The whole thing was fake, and so he didn't imply it. Like you just think he did because the TV told you to, because you let the TV do your thinking for you instead of actually listening to what actually happened. Like you just believe just because you believe a lie doesn't make it right.
$100,000. Anybody gives me a video of Trump saying drink bleach. It doesn't exist. It's in your mind. Admit you were lied to.
He didn't say the word bleach, seriously. It's actually funny.
Let's get ready to
so
rumble.
right, to your point, that was a very sensational story. It became a punchline on SNL. It became a punchline for Joe Biden throughout the rest of the campaign, and it was just a lie. It was just straight up a lie. Okay, that's not what I talked about. That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Talk about bleach, not hydroxychloroquine.
So, Stephen, you might say that the secrecy with which the government communications with Twitter, that's an issue. So you would like to see more transparency with the communications? Like,
Yeah, I
what,
think
what do you want to see?
Prior to Elon taking over Twitter, Twitter published a report at the end of the year showing the takedowns they got from the government, not exactly what they were, and then the percentage that they acquiesced to, essentially. I think that those types of reports are probably okay, a step in the right direction. I don't know if they should have
Everything's
more
fine, there's no
transparency or
censorship.
Actually,
less
Stephen,
transparency or...
sorry, go ahead. I had a
Yeah,
question
sorry,
for
go
you.
ahead.
No, I have a question for you. Just and legitimate question. I got you anything. So we're talking about the Hunter Biden deal. That was obviously a leak, sure, right? We can all say that, and you might even go so far as to say, not you, but people might go so far as to say, well, it may be in the public interest to censor this because it was public information or private information, et cetera. So there is a leak that's going on right now in the public that's come out. This gamer, 21-year-old reservist or Air National Guard.
And they tried to claim it wasn't real at first. Now they admit it's real.
They did claim it was Russian at first, but it turned out that it was real. As far as I know, and if anyone has seen differently, please let me know. Please inform me. I haven't seen anyone take down any of those documents on Twitter right now that have been posted. Now, obviously, we're post Elon owning it. We don't know, to your point about government requests, whether or not the FBI has requested to take any of that down. But I'm just interested.
Kirby did request on Thursday that social media take it down, but you're right.
So okay, Kirby did request that.
But
you don't know if he reached out to Elon.
No, he
personally.
just said
Right.
He publicly said we're requesting.
So what are your thoughts? Because I mean, obviously, this has done national security damage to the U.S. Regardless of what your thoughts are on the Ukraine war or some of the other things that were in there, obviously, it has done damage to U.S. operations and U.S. Clearly sources and methods, intel operations that are going on right now. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on whether or not that should be taken down or should it be reported, allowed to stay up.
I think there's fundamentally a different question between stuff that's like real and stuff that's fake. So, for instance, if we talk about like the Trump bleach story or the kitty litter story, I think there is an argument to be made that killing these kinds of stories early serves the public interest because the information is fake. Now, there's arguments on both sides behind that, but that would be like an argument in favor of killing those stories. I think the problem when you get into like leaked documents, especially like classified leaked documents, is if they're leaked at all, the damage is probably already done. So I don't know how effective it is to kill those stories once those documents have already seen the light.
How do you trust the people that kill the stories? Who picks them? Who are these people?
Well, it would probably be the people that run Twitter's moderation team, Alex.
Well, that'd be a really important group for authoritarians. The people that decide what's real and what's not. How about it is us?
Well, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of censoring highly classified documents.
We need some magic expert.
But I guess,
Look, lies about me get told all the time.
Well,
They're
I guess what I would
fantastic.
respond-
I love them
But-
because within a few days, people first believe it. Within a few days, people figure it out. It blows up in their face. Every time the human intelligence, when they put out outrageous crap that I've personally been lied about, people wake up and figure it out very quickly.
Alex,
so what
is
if
Alex
what if this had happened just on this? So let's say Elon never bought Twitter. This happened. Yoel Roth is still there. His buddy Elvis Chan is still there. And then Elvis Chan comes to him and says, hey, and you remember this story was the initial story Reuters reported at one point. The initial spin was that this was Russian disinformation.
Hold on. Was that the initial spin or was that the initial thought? Because those are two highly different things. Do you think Reuters was trying to spin the story?
No.
at the
It was three unnamed officials went to
Okay.
Reuters and said, we believe this has all the, they always use that phrase, all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. So let's say Yoel Roth hears that and says, oh my gosh, Russian disinformation, here's his buddy Elvis Chan that he's built up all this rapport with, and decides to then go and make the unilateral decision, the same way he did with the Hunter Biden laptop, to censor these documents.
Well, he didn't. To be clear, that wasn't a unilateral decision. If it was, there would have been conversation inside the.
Point
Twitter
is, the
file.
laptop's real, Jack.
The 12 people who...
Yeah, it wasn't a unilateral decision. There was a
the 12
heated conversation
people who
on
make
how
the
to address
decision.
it.
Election meddling.
The question is about, would you be okay if they had going off of that information for him to then go and censor it, even though later on we find out, because obviously there are other platforms, like Telegram was really one of the big ones where this propagated, that it was real.
I think it's a really tough question. I think that there is a strong argument to be made that having some kind of coordinated effort with the U.S. government to kill certain stories that might be damaging, especially to national security interests, could be a positive thing.
You're
But
hearing liberals
obviously,
defend intelligence
my bad.
agencies controlling U.S. news. How they've taken the leftover. My
then-
God, I thought Republicans were bad. Jesus
Obviously,
Christ.
on the flip side, we're going to need some sort of oversight. I don't know whether that's another government committee, whether that's a public statement made by Twitter to make sure that that process isn't being abused, because you don't want them killing stories that
It'll
are
always
just
be
politically
abused.
inconvenient
But
to
yeah,
some
it'll always
right?
be abused, though.
Yeah,
It'll always be
if I
abused
could
by
just-
either side, won't it? How do you avoid that?
Right,
Well, that's
since-
like that's.
I know you got blue hair, but you only get half the time. Go ahead.
So, I mean, since the Patriot Act, the huge, enormous intelligence community has been turned inward, looking at foreign interference in our press. And that is viewed as somehow actionable. And they have used that, of course, as a springboard to monitor a huge amount of lawful speech by Americans. I don't know why we're so afraid of foreign propaganda. I mean, what's going to happen? If we hear, nothing's going to happen.
What do you mean nothing's going to happen? What do
They
you mean?
also label American powerful speech as foreign.
I thought you wanted this guy to talk.
And the point is, the best thing the government can do is say, look, we believe X, Y, and Z are actually working at the behest of the Russian government. You decide whether they're making good arguments. I mean, sometimes propaganda is right. Americans should be able to make the decision. And what happens when you decide, oh, this is a danger to national security, we have to suppress this, it's just an invitation to the whole, gobbledygook.
Now we become China, because
Yeah.
China says,
To some
we
extent,
censor
though,
stuff to protect
from a legal
things.
point of view, like some of it is done illegally, right? You can't misrepresent yourself as a U.S. citizen and then create a corporation in the United States for the purpose of spreading speech to influence
Fine.
elections. That's an illegal thing, right?
Then let's enforce the law. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Dude, I've been blamed in congressional hearings to work with the Russians. I've never been to Russia. Nobody controls a goddamn thing I do, including me. So the idea that I'm controlled by fucking Russians is a lie, and I'm sick of it.
Alex, does part of you enjoy the Streisand effect that you receive from
I
being
love
banned?
the Streisand effect, but I ain't working for no goddamn Russians. I mean, I watch congressional hearings. Jones is a Russian asset that puts out Russian information. I just watch the news and say, I think this is BS. No damn Russians like tapping me on the shoulder going, little devil, like Putin's like, what do I do, Putin? Oh, say this. It's ridiculous, man. And that's how what he just said. They've turned the entire intelligence apparatus that they used in the Cold War to take our liberties. Then it was take the Muslims' liberties they used against us, and now we're all terrorists. And everybody knows the intelligence agencies in any country that falls turn inward on their people and claim their people are agents of a foreign power. The Russians can't wipe their asses intelligence-wise. The Russians are having their ass kicked in Ukraine right now. The communist Chinese have got their act together and are basically taking us over. I'm just sick of hearing that the Russians control me. It's a fucking lie, man.
True. Okay. So to follow up on that train of thought, I'm curious. Let's say that the government did publicly say, the government says, we think that this is propaganda. Wouldn't people like you be up here arguing then that they're still making then implicit threats against those people or on those platforms, like you said earlier? Like, let's say the government comes in and identifies like 10 or 15 different accounts as being propaganda. Let's say 1 or 2 of them get banned because they do break the TOS. Wouldn't we be right back on this panel saying the government was essentially threatening those social media platforms to ban those people?
Possibly, but at least we could have a public discussion about it.
Do we block what Kim Jong-un says? We laugh at him. I mean, we're like, oh, North Korea says Kim Jong-un makes the birds sing. Fuck him.
There's a guy.
I'm going to let you guys take over. I love you. It's been a great panel. But I'm just telling you, fuck censorship, and America will defeat the globalists. Infowars.com.
Only in Texas, folks. Only in
I was
Texas.
gonna say, we'll see you later.
Yeah, no, what I was going to bring up, though, because you talk about going after like threats against specific accounts, and this one doesn't. I'm sorry? Okay. And no, I'm all about being interactive. It's cool. And there is a situation. There's a 33-year-old man right now named Doug Mackey, who, now this was not censored on Twitter, but he posted a meme that disparaged Hillary Clinton and her supporters in 2016 using his constitutional rights. He was just convicted in a federal court for posting his meme, and he is now currently awaiting sentencing for potentially up to 10 years in prison for posting a meme in an election.
What is he charged with?
He is charged with infringing rights. Conspiracy to infringe rights.
The Ku Klux Klan Act, which was
it's the KKK Act,
which was passed after the Civil War and intended against the KKK when they were actually, lynching people and preventing them from voting.
Yeah, I'm curious. What was the claim that he was trying to do? Like, obviously, it has to go beyond just the meme because a ton of people post negative memes about.
The memes actively discouraged people from voting.
You didn't see the meme?
I know that there are laws on the books, for instance, so...
there was more to it than
Yeah, so here's something, because I've heard stories like this brought up before.
It was a text-to-vote thing.
This is the only time this has ever been done.
Well, hold on. My understanding is that in the United States, I don't believe it's the only time. I think in the United States, if you give misleading information about where to vote, I think that's a federal election
exactly
crime.
Right.
Yeah. So if he was doing that, and it wasn't just a meme. If he was saying text this to vote or go here to vote, I believe that is a crime in the United States.
That was a legit crime.
You're cool with a guy going to jail for memes?
No. Hold on. It wasn't just for memes.
Yeah, but intent matters.
It wasn't text. It wasn't text. It wasn't text to vote.
So do you think that people actually texted this thing thinking that they were voting? For example, the fact that
I know that's a law. That's the only thing I would say. Is that
I will
the law
say
was
that
there.
after I believe 6 years of investigation, the federal government was not able to find one person. Not one person. That's
It
why it's a
doesn't matter. I don't think it
conspiracy.
matters. If I go out and I were to draw a poster.
But I'm not asking about them. I'm asking you.
Right, I would say
you couldn't find one person who bought it, who actually fell for that meme.
I have no ideas. I would just say that if that's a law, I can understand why they brought that case. Then his lawyers can fight it out in court. My thing is, where I agree with you guys, is when you have any
That's like
kind
Soviet Union stuff, man. You're like, oh, they could fight it in court. That's no big deal.
No, what I'm saying is that he was convicted, or at least he's been charged with
He's convicted.
election
No, he's
fraud.
convicted. He's
election,
convicted.
But that's election fraud.
No, it's not.
It may not be. I'm just telling you that's what they-
constitutionally protected American speech.
But it was a vote. It was a text-to-vote thing that they were able to. They won that case, so I don't know.
No,
I'm
you're
not a
right.
lawyer.
You're right. I mean,
what I'm saying is the biggest threat is this, and I agree with you guys. If you have a council, and I don't care what council that is now, I don't care who those experts are. If you have a council that decides what is to be censored and what is not to be censored, that to me is dangerous. I do think it has to be left to the people to decide. And I do think that we'll eventually learn, and we are learning in real time, how to take everything with a grain of salt until we can prove it. And we won't be so fast to act. I think the marketplace will figure out a way to say, here comes this story. Is it true? Is it true? And then there'll probably be a whole industry that'll sprout up that we can rely on. And I think if you let the marketplace do their work, you will have companies that will earn the public's trust. And they will be the ones to say, this is bullshit or this is real.
I wish we lived in this utopia that you're describing.
But don't we have that already, though?
No, also, wait, where?
Okay, well, if a story's floated and it's bullshit, what we all rely on is essentially the consensus, even though it's mainstream media. Usually we figure out, that was a lie. So the Steele dossier, for example, right? We kind of go, sometimes we're like, wait a minute, is this, holy shit, the Russians have all this stuff on them? This is crazy. And then pretty soon somebody goes, it was bullshit. And it
took a long time.
It took a long time, but this is the world we're living in.
It took years. It took millions of dollars of investigations based on a complete lie.
Right.
It would use to hamper the President of the United States, which is essentially an internal coup against the elected President of the United States.
What would we do about that, though?
That was being done. What would you do is that you wouldn't let the deep state and these national security agencies determine the actions of the duly elected president.
How do
You'd
we
allow
do
him
that,
to do his
though?
job.
How do we do that?
You don't listen to bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not an answer.
The federal government.
No, but I agree with
You don't allow the federal government to be able to come in
I agree.
and
I agree with you.
launch these crazy investigations
Well,
based on this, and that
they're gonna
and
investigate,
in
but
order to get back on it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's true.
And honestly, what I would do is I would start by locking up some of those people, like Mueller, like Christopher Steele,
What
like
is
these
the-
people
what is
that
the
launched all
crime?
of this.
What is the crime?
Well, you just said conspiracy to infringe rights. So they
was
infringe
that
the
purpose
rights.
when he was,
They
when he
infringe
was
the
elected
rights.
as a special prosecutor?
They
His goal was
infringe-
to go and infringe the rights of
They
Donald
infringe the
Trump?
rights of every single person in every single state that Trump won to have the president that they elected.
This is not a real crime. You're not speaking of a real crime.
Okay,
also, to
you
go
just
back
you
real
were
quick,
just
to
cool
go
with
back,
the guy getting thrown in for memes.
To go back, well, hold on.
You're
so first,
totally
it
fine with
wasn't-
that.
Hold on. So to be fair, okay, because I looked this up now because I'm curious. So one, according to federal authorities, almost 5,000 voters fell for the texting ruse. It
No,
wasn't zero.
no,
I don't know.
they
if you got
te-
that.
no, that's
Number
not
one.
true. That's not
number
true.
Two,
No.
number
That's
two,
not true.
Number two.
They
Number
found
two. He
numbers
was
who
convicted.
texted it,
Number
not
two,
who fell for it.
Number two, he was
Not one
convicted by
person
a jury
testified.
of his peers.
He
was
was.
convicted on a jury. It wasn't just a government censorship or just a judge that did it. He lost in court.
No, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, that is not.
No, well,
that
the first
is
thing
right.
you said is not true.
Well,
They,
yeah,
not
yeah,
one
that's
person
right.
testified that they fell for
text,
this.
No one's
That's
ever
not
been fooled.
true.
Why would a person have to testify that they? That's not how
most
that
of those
works.
texts were obviously
Literally,
jokes.
you need
They were Republicans
evidence at
texting
trial.
it.
That's how trials work.
The evidence, the crime wasn't did you trick somebody. The crime was did you try to trick somebody.
Then why did you just bring up that number?
Because that number was what federal investigators said that they'd found in the course of their investigation.
Okay, but you just admitted that it's extraneous.
Look, the point.
No, it's extraneous to the conviction.
Then why did they bring it up?
Because you brought it up first by saying that nobody was tricked, which is not relevant.
The
Well,
point is,
it was
that
relevant
no one,
in the
no one
discussion
had, no,
of his
look,
point that
the
they were
point is
infringing on
that
rights.
no government has ever interpreted that law to include parodic jokes that nobody, really would take seriously, and arguably was not intended sacredly.
Okay, guys.
And that mere speech had never been used in such an extensive way. Really, any fair reading of the history of the law was for physical intimidation, threats of force, threats of violence, or clear physical efforts to confuse people. And it was a very dangerous thing when the government took this extraordinary step of taking a meme 4 years later. And just as a little backstory about the way Washington works, it was filed like the month Trump left. Because the lawyers at DOJ had been working on the suit for 4 years and been waiting for Trump to get out of office.
But it wasn't a meme, though, right? He wasn't convicted technically for a meme. He's
Yeah,
convicted-
100% convicted for a meme.
Okay,
Yes.
guys, we're gonna go to Q&A,
Yes.
and they'll probably come up in Q&A.
So, which was a joke. So
here we go.
The question is, do you want to live in a country where people can go to jail over jokes?
No. No.
Well, it's unclear if what his intent was. I don't. Can you speak to that?
The jury did not find it as a joke.
Okay, guys,
the
we're
jury
over
was
here.
not able to find any.
All right, guys, we're over here. Let's
question of
start
intent.
number question one.
Oh, we got it.
Is NPR a state-funded, and should any other media organization entity receive the same amount of funding?
I think that you should have labels on every single corporate Twitter account based on how they're funded. All of them. Well, corporate or government.
So I think the issue specifically with NPR is, my understanding is NPR and PBS are state funded, but they're not state ran. And that's a key difference because people will point to things like the BBC or NPR and they'll say, oh, well, these are state-run media. That's not true. They're state-funded, as opposed to, say, Russia Today, which is state-funded and state-ran, meaning that the state dictates the agenda of the media. It's a huge difference.
Maybe there should be separate labels.
I
So,
agree.
so
there
just
should
put
be,
the
yeah.
label. I think they did change the label for NPR and BBC, didn't they?
All right, next question.
I think it says government. I think it says public funded.
It says publicly
Does it?
funded.
I thought
yeah.
they were upset. I thought the reason why they wanted to pull it because it said state-ran media. I thought
No,
that's what
they
initially
changed
did.
it. They
Oh,
changed
did
it.
they change it?
They changed
Okay.
it.
So this pertains to censorship and content moderation. Is not freedom of reach, freedom of speech. So if somebody turns down the volume on what I say so that no one effectively hears what I say, is that not the same thing as just stopping me from talking in the first place? That's for everybody.
I think it's a hard question. So, for instance, do you have a right to somebody else's platform as part of your freedom of speech? If I were to build a megaphone big enough that people were to use, do you have a right to my megaphone just because I've built it and I've made it available to other people? I think there's a strong argument to be made that the social media companies have gotten large enough that there probably needs to be some sort of consideration or special consideration given to them, because it does feel like if you get banned off 3 or 4 platforms, you are effectively completely delisted in U.S. society. But it has to be a more sophisticated conversation than just revoking Section 230 for every single social media company.
Yeah,
Completely agree.
Technologies
That's
from the
mine,
telegraph to the telephone, they were required by law to be provided to everyone, so everyone could enjoy them. And I think the same rule applies to social media. We can't have a certain elite saying, these are ours, sorry people, you can't use it, when we've done the opposite for telephones and telegraphs and it's worked fine.
Wait, is that true?
Yes.
Is it, if I wanted to buy telephone service, the company is obligated to sell it to me? They can't say no to a customer?
Yeah, it's called common carrier.
Okay, gotcha. But internet service providers don't have common carrier
No,
status, right? Okay,
not
gotcha.
yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Go for it.
Thanks for all being here, guys. I wanted to ask, today we just have this justice system that really assumes guilt and has to be proven innocent. What should we be doing to actually get back to being innocent until proven guilty? And is social media part of that problem?
Yes, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem because what happens is the minute you're accused of something, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What happens is every corporate sponsor you have and everybody you have business with stops doing business with you because they all go too sticky. So that's a huge problem. So due process is dead for a lot of people because the minute somebody comes up and says, you did this, and the problem with that is that that person gets a story and you get a statement, and you're fucked. So if you are in a certain industry and somebody makes an accusation about you, see you later. And it doesn't matter how old that accusation is. It could be 30 years old, but go fuck yourself because every corporate sponsor goes, I can't, sorry, love you, but we can't do it. And that's a huge problem. So anybody who thinks we still live in a society where you have, and what it does, it creates an atmosphere of terror. People are terrified because I'll tell you something. Everybody's going to choose paying their mortgage and sending their kids to school and feeding their kids over a higher principle. And I don't blame people for doing that because that is the biggest problem with social media. And I see it all the fucking time in Hollywood. All the time. And there's no way you can fight it. And people just go, yeah. And everybody feels ashamed and hangs their head, even when they fucking know that this person is innocent. And it could be in anything. We see it all the time. And so I don't know what to do about that problem. I really don't. But until corporations go, hey, we believe in due process, and if you believe that, if you want to cancel somebody, you're next. You're next. And the only thing standing in the way is the organization in power, which switches all the time, is going to favor you, or it's going to kind of gloss it over and move on to the next person they don't agree with. And that's the biggest threat, I think, right now. I see it all the time. And I see too many people's lives get ruined as a result.
The biggest one most recently, speaking to what you're saying, is Johnny Depp.
Listen, man, I got 1,000 friends, including myself. You know, I've fucking, all of them. Yeah.
But
Yes.
we don't all exactly have the same kind of resources Johnny Depp does to fight back.
Exactly.
And that's the thing.
Exactly. And cancel culture is very real. And what it means is all of a sudden you can't work and you got to sell your house and your kids have to say goodbye to your dog because you can't find a place. I've seen this with my own eyes in Hollywood. You know.
Yeah, that's actually a reason though that one of the reasons that I err on the side of allowing for more open social media, because if you've at least got a platform somewhere, if you've got your followers, if you got people who have your back, if you have people that'll at least listen to your side,
Right.
then you can get something going. Then you can get something going and push back, or at least have people to fall back on if times do get tough and all those labels want to pull out.
Yeah, if you're a podcaster, if you're a comic, if you certain parts you can weather certain storms.
Right.
If you're just an actor, if you're just a director, if you're just a producer, if you're just an agent, if you just work at Netflix as an executive, we'll see you later, and nobody's going to touch you. And all it takes is a story. It doesn't have to have any corroborating evidence. And you have a press, a lot of activists in press who are looking for clicks because they don't make any money, and they got to figure out a way to make a story out of this.
Yeah.
So the temptation, it's a systemic problem. It's a real issue. And I like the Whisper Network. Personally, I think the Me Too movement in a lot of ways is a good movement because I like fair play. And I also saw a lot of women deal with a lot of bullshit. I've been in that business for 30 fucking years. And I saw women have to eat all the dicks, no pun intended. I really did. And it sucked for them, and they had no way to fight back. And the minute they made one argument, the male Whisper Network canceled them. And that happened forever in Hollywood. And it wasn't until 2017 that Harvey Weinstein and the monsters got taken down. And all those shitheads got put on notice. But with every revolution, it will eat its young. You better be careful. And because the pendulum, Americans have so much trouble being in the middle. We have to swing one way or the other. And I think that's the biggest threat. And I don't have a solution for it. I really don't.
I think hitting on the last thing you said there, I think the problem with cancel culture is it's not social media driven. I think it's just driven by who we are as people. Yeah. I think that people aren't capable fundamentally of having so much information thrown in front of their faces. Like, I think we're built for, what is it, like 50 friends, I think is like sociologically, right. Like how many you're able to keep at one point in time. If you show me like a Twitter feed and you put a story up of some guy and I see a headline, like 99.9% of us aren't even reading the fucking story. We see the headline, oh, that guy, I guess probably rapist, and then click off and then next, and that's it. And that's the only thing we do. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a thing, because when we talk about cancel culture, it's not really driven by social media companies. It's not even really driven by corporations. I think it's driven by people's just binary view of other people. And when you've got unlimited access into people's lives and you can see any mistake or any error or any reported issue with that person, it's very easy to flip a switch in your head and go, fuck that guy, I hate that guy, I'm not going to support these companies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know, that's something that we have to get over.
I do wish corporations would say, let us look at the evidence first.
The real thing is, I think corporations need to fucking have a backbone. Because, like, are people really going to boycott fucking Nestle or Pepsi or Coke because they sponsor some guy that had a thing? Like, I don't think it'll happen.
Right.
But corporations buckle so fast because they're so worried that, like, something is going to blow over, and destroy their,
All right, let's bust through a bunch here.
Okay, first, I feel like I need to make a public confession and commend Mr. Ottman. It appears the other day in the lobby of the Hyatt, I told him to get out of my seat. And he did not say, don't you know who I am? I think he deserves a hand for the grace that he did.
Bill Ottman, ladies and gentlemen.
Bill, why are you sitting in his seat, man?
An American hero.
Well, anyway.
He's a big man.
Handsome. He's tall, thin, and handsome.
He's got a cane, too.
I have been involved in Republican politics for quite a few years, to the extent that so far this spring I've met and talked to 3 presidential candidates. I'll probably meet another one in another week. I'm on a first-name basis with half the members of the House in my state. The Secretary of State of my state calls me Dan. The governor recognizes me my site, and I've had lunch with both of my senators more than once. So I think I have a fair appraisal of the Republican rank and file thought in flyover land. And I've been hearing tonight what Republicans think, and my reaction was, really? Not to people I run around with. So I would like to ask Destiny the source of his knowledge of what Republican rank and file think.
About what particular issue, I guess?
Any of them.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about Twitter files, I'm going to be talking about Taibbi's reporting. I'm going to be talking about what Republican lawmakers or I guess people on Twitter or YouTube are saying. If we're talking about, I mean, it's just going to depend on the thing. But I guess I'd need like 1 or 2 examples, or just like one example, I guess, of what exactly we're talking about.
I was talking about when you just said, this is what Republicans think.
What was I talking about? This is what Republicans think. What was that in reference to?
It was close
I think Alex Jones scrambled all of our brains a little bit. I wish I could remember specifically, but I try to. Wait, what did you say?
It's all right. Just the next one.
Okay.
With all the talk about TOS flagging, why have none of the Free Speech Warriors tonight talked about the Elon Twitter censoring on behalf of the Modi government?
I think a lot of people are actually upset about that. You watched Sagar and Crystal were really pissed at him for doing. I mean, Elon has successfully enraged both the mainstream and independent media now. Like banning the Substack was a bad move. I think that it was probably impulsive, and he didn't really think it through, and he'll probably apologize for it.
I want to thank Minds for hooking it up with a ticket tonight. My name is Rachel. I'm with the Liberty Broadcast. We broadcast here in Austin, and I just was wondering, what is it going to take to get us all on? Kind of like I'm watching you through the night, and I agree with this gentleman. You've been on every panel all night long, and I just have watched you harden and harden and harden more. And I'm hearing you yell out conspiracy theorist and Alex Jones and all of this stuff, and I feel like this side of the table is willing to sit down and have a conversation, but I feel like you're okay with just dismissing things like Hunter Biden laptop. There was proof of that. The Twitter files. There were emails sent. I mean, we can't just dismiss these facts. You know, what is it going to take? A decentralized platform, you know, social media platform where everybody gets a chance, and there's not, you know, this.
I don't know that
Elon
he was
Musk.
dismissing things. He seems to have been. He seems to have been taking on all these subjects in good faith.
But I've heard him yell conspiracy theorist.
Here, this is.
I
Let
hear
me.
you rock up so
No,
hard.
let me explain. Okay, here, this is my issue. Okay, this is what I hate about alternative politics is that oftentimes there are so many super organizations built up that the listener at the end of the day, you guys have no idea what the fuck you're supposed to do. There's nothing actionable. And if you're just listening to political commentators that are feeding you fear, that are feeding you resignation, that are telling you that the entire what? You don't, that's fine that if you don't agree with it. That's what Alex Jones said. Rewind the tape. Go to rumble.com/live/Destiny. You can watch the whole thing again. That's exactly what he told you. I asked him specifically. I specifically asked the question because I asked everybody this question. What do you want people to do? And that's really important. No, fuck a conversation? Who cares about a conversation? What we need at the end of the day is you need... No. Lady. You guys have had conversations about this shit for a decade. What are you going to do about it, right? You have to do more than talk. You either have to, you've got to.
But he's talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of
engaging,
discrediting this engagement. Like, I feel like overall it's been pretty positive.
I don't need you to defend me, okay? Listen, okay? I took my fan base out. I spent $150,000 of my money, and I took my fan base out, and we went to canvas for political candidates because I think that's important, right? Encouraging people to register to vote, encouraging people to get involved in the local communities. These are the types of actions.
Exactly.
These are the types of actions that are going to change the political landscape. The guy up here, the Republican guy that came up here that said he hated me or whatever, or I don't know if he said that. That guy, sure. Stop. That guy that came up here, from all the personal relationships he's developed, sounds like he's had more political effectiveness than 99% of the people in this room. But it's because he's getting involved on a local level. But if all you do is tell people that the CIA, the NSA, the government, the deep state, that all of these things are out to get you, then at the end of the day, what are you going to do? You're not going to vote. You're not going to get involved in the process.
Excuse me. I mean. But would you agree that he's having a conversation though? He is engaging, isn't he? He's not. He's not engaging? Wait, hold on. All he's saying, I probably agree with most of the people. Listen to me. All he's saying is that it's one thing to speak and have a bunch of talking points. It's another thing to come up with actionable things that make a difference. That's the hard part. So all of us can sit here and talk about this.
That wasn't her
and the
question.
other
Wait, but that wasn't her question. Like, what are you doing? That like you're defending him. Okay, cool. But like, her question was, why were you just like attacking people as conspiracy theorists or saying something's fake when people question?
Because
Like,
80%
again,
are.
that's what you're doing.
Because they are.
But like, she's
Alex,
asking.
is a conspiracy theorist.
And so she's
I
asking.
think he'd even say it.
Am I crazy?
Right, so-
I mean, I like him. He's a nice guy, but I mean, he's a conspiracy theorist.
so-
That's his whole brand.
Right. So when you dismiss people, when you
dismiss
when
them.
you dehumanize people, like
not
you
dehumanizing-
just
I like him.
dehumanized Alex Jones
I'm not
on the
dehumanizing him.
stage.
I'm not. I
You
like
just
him.
treated him as lesser than a
I
person.
did not. Just not me.
You treated him
I
like
did
lesser
not.
than a
I did
person
not.
to
All
do
I said
that.
was his brand is conspiracy.
Everything he says is
No,
fear.
I'm not
Everything he
saying
says
that.
is anger.
I didn't
It's
say
all
that. I didn't say
conspiracies.
that.
No, I'm saying that's what he
Oh,
said.
but-
But then you just agreed with it.
Right.
And her point is that when you use that kind of language, like you just did, that turns off all the people that might be interested in hearing what you're saying because you come across like kind of a jerk.
Right, I got you. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Can you guys hear me?
I think you're right. I think the biggest thing, you're absolutely right. I think the biggest thing you have to do is draw common ground first and say, what's the problem we're all trying to solve? And give each other the credit to say, look, so let's take gun control. We don't like spree shooters. Everybody hates spree shooters. Everybody doesn't like somebody who comes in and just massacres everybody. Let's at least agree there. Let's honor the fact that we're both trying to solve a problem, even if you're on this side or that side. And you're right. And I think that's very important to not just say, you're a gun nut, well, you're a pussy. You know, that's what you hear, and then the conversation's over, right? So I think to your point, I think you're absolutely right. You've got it. But I do think Destiny is at least engaging, wouldn't you say? No, he's not.
All right, go to the next. Go to the next.
I give Destiny all. Wait.
Go to the next.
Like eight
Go to the
people
next.
back here just
I
trying to
give
get
him all the
questions. I'm
credit
not
in the
meaning
world
to
for
talk
being
over you right now, but
for being here.
the host
Seriously,
wants
I
the
do.
question to be
Seriously.
asked.
Sorry. What's
All
that?
right, sorry about that. So I'll try to make it quick. To Destiny's point about, what do you want to do about it? I heard a lot of people say that we have to have the government censor people, we can't have Twitter censor people, but nobody ever talks about whether or not a company has First Amendment rights when it comes to free association. So if you want to have a certain rule in place for Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, I don't give a shit, whatever you use for social media, how would you go about that without violating the First Amendment freedom of association section that is as it is currently understood? Thank you.
I'm happy to
Defer to
I'm
the
happy
lawyer.
to take that one. Lunch counters can claim that they have a First Amendment right not to include, blacks or whites or whomever because of their expression as a, white lunch counter. We don't accept that. We accept that that businesses have basic non-discrimination obligations. In California, that includes, not discriminating against political groups you don't like, as in Virginia, as in the Virgin Islands, as in the city of Seattle. So we're just applying these principles that every other business in the world has to apply to social media, and that's not wrong. Number two, and it's a deeper question, is nobody looks at Twitter and it's like, oh, I want to see what Elon Musk feels about what my mother just posted. No, you go to social media to see the views and expressions of your friends and family. The social media as a whole is not like the local news that presents an editorial. It's more like the telephone company. The telephone company doesn't present a view. It doesn't have any First Amendment rights either.
Well, hold on. I feel like for what you just talked about, when you talk about like discriminating on like race and stuff, those are like defined protected classes. I don't think political speech is like a defined protected class in the federal government. I don't think in California it's defined as a protected class.
Well, you're right. I never said it was defined by the
Sure,
federal
but so I'm saying
government.
like Twitter right now as it stands, I don't think Twitter can ban you from the platform for being black. I don't think they can do that. I'm pretty
Yes,
sure.
they can. In fact, I was arguing in court with Twitter's lawyer, who said we have the right to get rid of all gay people. And then he said, "Of course we wouldn't do that, Your Honor." But they say
Why, 'cause
they
it's
have
a
the right to
private
do
company,
it.
you mean?
Yeah,
So
the
they-
private
right.
company.
My understanding.
Okay, guys, we gotta go to the next question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trust the lawyer.
But this does fall under common carrier laws.
Okay, so
And you would need a new legislation to apply it.
So Twitter has more or less adopted a combination of FARA and open source information to label news media platforms. There was the big thing about NPR being labeled state media, which I think is hilarious. So considering that Congress and the Subversive Activities Control Board established a rubric to determine if a US-based political party or organization was classifiable as subversive, would it be a violation of free speech principles to label the social media accounts of those people involved in political strategies developed by foreign states, such as the Venezuelan government-affiliated Party for Socialism and Liberation, Workers' World Party, and Black Lives Matter?
My understanding is the illegality comes from misrepresenting themselves. So, like, if you have an account called, like, I'm the Russian media account, and then I'm starting to post stuff, even if it's misinformation about the United States, I think that that's on the up and up. You're okay to do that. I think the problem is when they misrepresent themselves as U.S. citizens or U.S. entities.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Although, I would be on. That's an interesting, difficult issue you put your finger on. There's two sides of it. On one side, government's just disclosing information. That's good and helpful. On the other hand, if they abuse it and you are unfairly labeled as a subversive, that's chilling on speech. So I hate to be lawyers, that's a tough line to draw. I could see regimes in which they were fully transparent and which people had the right to dispute and challenge their designations as being fair, but it's ripe for abuse.
All right, we got like 3 more minutes.
And by far we should say, by the way, while we're here, that the government that spreads the most foreign disinformation about their political adversaries is the United States government. Throughout the Middle East, throughout Eastern Europe. I mean, this is very, very clear.
My question, maybe you've already partly answered it. Do you think the Twitter files were handled correctly? And if not, what would you do in the future to prevent whatever wrongdoing happened with the Twitter files?
I would honestly, this is something where I disagreed with the strategy. I would have loved to see much more of an open source database where people could go into and, take off people's personal, email addresses, phone numbers, that kind of thing. But I didn't like the idea that even though we got a lot of emails, there was still this filter of the people who were there. So to Destiny's point, maybe there were emails that we don't know, right? We just literally don't know what we don't know. And I would have much preferred a more transparent version.
And we have nothing about the present as well. We have nothing about the present day situation. Like, what's the conversation with Twitter, between Twitter and the government, like today?
I'd love to know.
Also, because nothing seemed to have happened, right? Like, we get all this information, and I always worry that you find all this stuff out, and then we just move on to the next subject, and everybody gets away with it, and nothing happens,
Right. All right, last question.
So this question is for Jack.
Cool.
You're a conservative, principled defender of free speech. You're a critic of government overreach. So I was wondering if you'd be willing to publicly condemn, based on reporting from the Twitter files, Matt Taibbi, Michael Schellenberger, testimony before Congress.
Condemn them?
Say what?
To condemn them?
To condemn the authoritarian censorship of Twitter by Donald Trump and the Trump White House during his presidency.
When Trump asked them to take down like a negative comment, or someone in the Trump White House asked him to take down a negative comment.
Sure. Or when Matt Taibbi said.
I think it was silly, yeah.
Well, no. Is it silly or is it censorship?
It's not the same thing as taking down the Hunter Biden laptop. No, it's not authoritarian.
I didn't ask you if it was the same. I asked you if it was authoritarian censorship and if you'd be willing to condemn it.
I'm glad that Twitter didn't do it. Yeah, I think it was a stupid
Was
move.
it wrong for him to request it? To
I don't think
insist on it?
I don't think Twitter or anybody should be requesting takedowns on Twitter. 100%.
Including the sitting president of the United States.
If
when
it's
a
Donald
Republican?
Trump, if it's me, if it's you, I don't care.
And what about when Taibbi said in the first Twitter files that the Trump White House made multiple requests? It wasn't just the Chrissy Teigen tweet. It was multiple requests. Was it wrong? Will you publicly condemn it?
Well,
He already did.
I literally just said I agree. Okay. They shouldn't have done that.
All right. All right, give everyone a round of applause.
Yeah, Trump was wrong.
Just want to say, folks, had a great night. Thank you to Bill. Thank you to Minds. Folks, you have to remember that a chimp in the state of nature will never masturbate, but when you put it in a cage, it will.
Promo code Tanya. Promo code Tanya.
Thank you guys for coming out to Minds Fest. How about a round of applause for this panel, for all the panelists today, and for the people who got up and asked a question. That's not always the easiest thing to do. Okay, we're going to have a night of comedy and music now. There's going to be a short break. It's going to start very soon. And I was just told there's going to be free pizza at the bar during the music portion. So that's real. That's not a joke. Free pizza. There you go. Thank you, guys.